Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the special town meeting convened to consider proposed zoning bylaw changes relating to Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 3A, sometimes called the MBTA Communities Act. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I note for the record I believe a quorum is present and the meeting is called to order. On the dais to my right are Town Clerk Melanie Waddell and Assistant Town Clerk Courtney Buchanan. To my left, Town Council Amy Quessel and Town Administrator Mitch Vieira. Sitting in convened session are, facing the Assembly to your left, the Select Board, and to your right, the Planning Board. In addition, in the front of the room, sitting in convened session are the Finance Committee, the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Affordable Housing Trust, the Department of Public Works, and the Affordable Housing Trust, I guess I said that. Thank you. Please stand, attend the nation's flag, and kindly recite with me the Pledge of Allegiance, and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation. This evening we have temporarily ordained the Reverend Melanie Waddell, who is going to deliver on behalf of the Reverend Susan Moran of the Universalist Unitarian Society of Rockport, who's written an invocation, however, could not attend tonight. Ms. Waddell.
As we gather this evening as individuals and a community, may we be reminded that we are doing significant and serious work here. Democracy is difficult. It requires attention and engagement with complicated matters. Our town government is only as effective as those who are willing to participate to make it so. Knowing this, let us speak with civility to one another. Let us be brief and clear in our opinions. And let us remember reason, tolerance, and patience as supreme and worthy virtues. Thus, we will arrive at our decisions with good cheer, humility, and kindness. May it be so, and amen.
The first order of business is the reading of the warrant. The chair will entertain a motion to omit the verbatim reading of the warrant articles. Anybody want to move that? Moved and seconded, moved and seconded. So the question is whether or not we're going to omit reading a verbatim, the articles on the warrant verbatim. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. That motion carries. Look, we already found common ground. The town clerk will now please read the officer's return of the warrant. You don't? Okay. Just some general announcements. I believe there are some refreshments available if they're still there. Restrooms are out in the lobby for your use. There's no smoking. Please remember we're all guests of the school department tonight. Let's respect their facilities. And please silence cell phones and pagers or any other noise-making device during the course of the meeting. The meeting will be conducted in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order as adapted to town meeting by the bylaws of the Commonwealth, Rockport's bylaws, and custom and practice. I'll briefly summarize our expected procedure and refer you to the guide for voters participating in town meeting contained in your voters' booklets. First, let's be civil to one another. Second, let's start this meeting ready to listen. You shouldn't surrender your convictions, but you should be open to hear and consider other views. Third, there are only 2 warrant articles, and they are intrinsically related. Both articles are proposed as a means of compliance with a specific statute. One proposes adopting a new zoning bylaw, and one proposes making so-called pen and ink changes, deletions and insertions to an existing zoning bylaw. They can be more easily discussed separately, given their structural difference, but they cannot logically stand on their own. In other words, it doesn't make sense to adopt one but not the other. So at the end of the day, town meeting adopts both or neither. This can happen with bylaws. If you think about it, you could have a bylaw with intricate definitions on one article and another article with a substantive bylaw that relies heavily on those definitions. If you adopt one and not the other, you have an unworkable bylaw. And that's, in my judgment, the case tonight. So, for tonight, after the motion is made, we'll first discuss one part, and when we are done discussing it, we'll vote on whether it is adopted. So it will be Article A, and we'll get there in a moment. But when we make that first vote on any motion on Article A, it will be contingent on whether we ultimately adopt the second part, so we're not left with half an enchilada. If the first part is adopted with that contingency, we'll then discuss and vote on the second part. If the second part is then adopted, contingent on a final vote, we'll then take a final vote. If either the first or the second portion is not accepted by town meeting, then neither will be accepted. After the motion is made and in order, I will clarify the motion is made, and we'll first hear from town boards with responsibility to advise town meeting on this particular issue. First the select board, then the planning board, I believe the finance committee, the DPW commissioners, the zoning board, and then given the issues involved, I will recognize the planning board, in this case because of the issues, for 30 minutes to provide the background and an overview of the proposed zoning bylaw changes. The floor will then be open for further discussion. I have been put on notice of proposed amendments, and in the circumstances, it is necessary that we address those amendments first. If you want to speak when the floor is open for discussion, please gain the moderator's attention by raising your hand or otherwise. After I call on you, please state your name and your residential address for the record and make your remarks. I believe that we have or will have a microphone runner, Dan Lynn. I'd like to thank Mr. Lynn for volunteering to assist us tonight. I expect many of you were here a few short weeks ago, so I won't repeat everything I said about procedure, but it is necessary to touch on the basics, and I recognize that some of you weren't. All comments and remarks are addressed to the chair and should relate to the immediate question on the floor. For example, if a motion is being discussed and another motion is made and is in order, like a motion to amend, I will state that, and the discussion must then be directed to the new motion, which becomes the immediate question. We really only deal with one question at a time, so even when they pile up, there's only one in front of you at a time. I'll try to make that clear. Once discussion begins, speakers will ordinarily be afforded 5 minutes to make their remarks. I will warn you if you're approaching your limit, so you may focus your argument and end on a high note, so to speak. While we cannot have back and forth conversations, common sense dictates that some issues may arise which require clarification to avoid confusion. I will, therefore, direct appropriate, discrete questions to try to obtain focused, specific answers from the proper source. This evening, for example, the planning board. The goals are to hear from all members wishing to speak, but also to effectively and fairly make rational, informed decisions. Per the town's bylaws, to promote full and robust discussion, the preference will be to recognize members who have not yet spoken on an issue. A member will not ordinarily be recognized more than twice to speak on a particular debatable issue during the meeting. One exception to that is my effort to get focused answers to discrete questions, as I just reviewed. When discussion on a debatable motion is done, we'll proceed to vote. Once we make that transition, further discussion is not in order and won't be recognized. I'll say that again. Once discussion is closed, further discussion on that motion is not in order. That happens when either the moderator senses the meeting is ready to vote, or a member with the floor makes a motion to move the previous question, commonly called a motion to end debate. The first path. If I sense you are ready to vote, I will state this and then I'll restate the motion. I won't state this unless I really believe you are, as a group, ready to vote and no one is trying to actively gain my attention to gain the floor. I will provide fair notice and warning so no one is surprised. The second path to end discussion is a motion to move the previous question. If that's made and seconded, there are 5 but simple important points I'd like everyone to keep in mind. First, you can't just yell it out. That's not in order, won't be acted upon. You must have the floor to make that. Second, once made by a member with the floor and seconded, it is not a debatable motion. We will move immediately to voting. I will restate the motion to move the previous question or end debate. and almost certainly we will use electronic means, the clickers, to do that. Third, you can argue support or opposition to the pending question, or you can move the question. You cannot do both. In other words, you can get your licks in, or you can say we've talked enough. But you can't get your licks in and then say that we've talked enough. Fourth, such a motion requires a 2/3 vote. The principle is that no matter how strong people's views are on an issue, if 2/3 of this room wants to end discussion and vote on the issue, it's time to end discussion and vote on the issue. Fifth and finally, with this in mind, I would ask anyone to consider, before moving to end discussion, whether there have been issues raised by your fellow citizens which have not been clarified, if they are subject to clarification. I can't and won't stop you from bringing the motion to end debate, but I do ask that you remain mindful of this point before making it. As for voting, we will use electronic voting frequently. I expect on any motion to move the previous question and on any motion which is likely to be a close vote. These procedures are not to cause frustration or to hide the ball, but rather to promote clarity, fairness, and efficiency. So let's do a QA check on the clickers. Everyone get their clickers ready. Okay, are you? Okay. So we're going to do a clicker check. Everyone's got their clickers. So again, as before, this is a drill. It's fake, it's bogus, it's not real, it's not meant to be taken seriously at all. Assume we have heavily debated a motion concerned with public safety, specifically a motion requiring, during the summer months, all motor vehicle operators driving through 5 corners to roll down all windows and loudly quack like a duck to alert any pedestrians of the vehicle's approach. You have the question in mind. Do you understand the question before you? Any confusion? Okay. All those in favor of that bylaw change requiring duck-like quacking will press 1 or A for yes. All opposed will press 2 or B from when I say vote now. All those in favor will press 1A for yes. All those opposed will press 2B for no. Vote now. And that passed. 66% to 34% in the numerical count, 260 to 131. Oh, hold on, I can't hear everybody at once. Go ahead. It did not work. Okay, can I see your clicker just for a minute? I know there's some with yellow, some with, no, I just mean hold up the lanyard. All right, when you say it didn't work, why do you say that? I think they do flash. Thank you, hold on. What? Okay, no, wait, Z, I heard you. So, tell me how. Yep, okay, we're going to try it again. Yep. Yep, okay, thank you. And the timer's going to be up, right? Okay, we're going to go through it again on a test vote. We're going to try it again, ma'am. Do you have something else to add to that?
Could you just tell us what to look for to know?
Yes, I'm going to try to do that now. Thank you. So you want to press it until you see a green response. Do I have that right?
Or just wait till the timer starts.
Okay. I know, I haven't gotten it yet. So when you're pressing, your vote registers when you get a green response. You don't vote until I say the words vote now and the timer starts. So on the screen, if you saw the clock at 12 seconds, when that starts to run. So we'll try it again, and we'll see if we have problems, okay? All right. Make up your own hypothetical motion, whatever the question is. All those in favor of adopting the motion are going to press 1A for yes. All those opposed to adopting the motion are going to press 2 or B for no. When I say vote now, vote now. Wait for the clock to run. Now you can vote. 8, 7. Hold on, I'm going to check the numerical count without front. So what do we have for a numerical count? 303 to 175. Do we know how many people are registered?
Yes, that was 635 people here. It seems like the new clickers aren't working.
That's cool.
The new clickers aren't working. It seems like the new clickers aren't working.
Melanie, what was the total again? All right, I'm going to get you as much information as I can, as quickly as I can. The votes totaled 478. I'm going to get the total number of people registered here in a minute. Yep. Okay. I think it's even a bigger problem. We may have to go to a rising vote. They're not working, Ross. So we're going to have to go to a rising vote. Huh? Yep. Yep. All right, so we're going to have to go to alternative means of voting, which have been tried and true. We're just going to have to be patient with the timing on that. Give me 1 minute here. They're going to try one quick test from IT. If that doesn't work, we're going to dump the clickers and we're going to go to either hand, voice, or I frankly strongly suspect rising votes. Okay, we're dumping the clickers. We're dumping the clickers, okay? We're not, we're done. Okay, but I can't, there's too many moving parts, sorry. So we're not going to be using the clickers. The good news is we have more to get through before we vote. I suspect strongly that we're going to have to take rising votes. I have a list of poll takers who will have to be sworn in when it comes time to do that. For now, however, we're going to move forward with the motion being made and then discussion, explanations by me, and then hearing from various town boards. So there's a lot to do before we get to voting, and it won't be rushed.
Might I just quickly, I don't want them to think it's a failed technology. It's just that we ordered them and they came in at 2 o'clock today. And it
But
just,
what's even the point of explaining
because I
that?
don't want them to think that it's failed technology. It's just that we didn't have enough time to.
There's that. So, yes, ma'am. I think that's a great idea. Thank you very much. If you keep them around your neck, it'll help me. Not that I suspect anyone's going to be sneaking in a vote on a rising vote, but that would help me if everybody keeps them on anyway for a visual identification. Thank you very much. So, with that, we're moving on. Mr. Vieira, if you would make the motion.
Mr. Moderator, Jason Shaw moves that in compliance with MGL Chapter 40, Section 3A, the town amend the zoning bylaws, Section 12, entitled Transit-Oriented Overlay District, by adopting the deletions indicated in the strike-through text and inserting new text indicated in bold, as set forth on pages 14 through 34 of the special town meeting voters booklet, and by adopting a new section, Section 13, to be entitled MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, as set forth on pages 35 through 37 of the voters booklet, with the following modifications. Under Article A, Section 12, Transit-Oriented Overlay District, Section D, Administration, Paragraph 2,
Oh, sorry.
after the words "special permit granting authority," inserting the words "for those purposes specifically enumerated in Section 12C, permitted uses," before the words "where special permits are allowed." And under Article A, Section 12, Transit-Oriented Overlay District, Section F, Building Standards, Paragraph 4, retaining the strike-through words "special permit granting authority"
Yeah, the
and
motion is-
deleting
it's
the
okay.
bolded words "planning board" and "the setbacks of." And under Article B, new Section 13, MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, Section D, Administration, deleting Paragraph 2 entirely. And under Article B, new Section 13, MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, Section F, Building Standards, deleting Paragraph 3 entirely. And further, that the town clerk be authorized to make all necessary clerical changes, including redesignating sections and paragraphs as appropriate. Select Board supports this motion.
Seconded?
All right, moved and seconded. I'm going to briefly restate the motion, and then I'm going to walk through those changes together to make sure everyone understands, because there are some variations in the motion as made versus the voter's booklet. By the time we're done, everybody should understand what those are, and I'll make sure that you do before we move on. So, for the record, the question is whether to amend zoning bylaws section 12 entitled Transit Overlay District as outlined in the warrant article, and whether to adopt new zoning bylaw section 13 entitled MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, also as set forth in the warrant article and on the voter's booklet, with some modifications which we're now going to go over together. So what I'm about to do is go over what is different from the motion as it's been made now by Mr. Shaw and by the planning board versus what's written in your voter's booklet. So if everybody takes their voter's booklets out, if you turn to page 17, which is under Article A, turn to page 17. So if we're together on page 17, this is under Article A, the Transit-Oriented Village Overlay District. Under Section D, which is called Administration, Paragraph 2 now reads as follows and is up on the screen. The only difference is the italicized underlined text, which is highlighted in green, which states, after special permit granting authority, it states, for those purposes enumerated in Section 12C. No? Well, enumerated in Section 12C, entitled Permitted Uses. If you go to the next slide, please. Staying with A, if you turn to page 20 of the voter's booklet, page 20 of the voter's booklet, this is still under Article A. Remember, there's two articles, transit-oriented and multifamily. On page 20 of the voter's booklet, Section F, Building Standards, Paragraph 4 now reads as follows. Again, see the italicized underlined text. Yes, I will. So the additional text says special permit granting authority. In your booklets, it's lined out. It is no longer lined out. In other words, the original plan was to make the motion to strike those words out. That part of the motion has been pulled back. So the motion is no longer asking you to strike out the words special permit granting authority in paragraph 4 under section F building standards on page 20 of the voter's booklet. Anybody confused about that? That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So in the voter's booklet, the original plan had been to move to strike out the words, quote, special permit granting authority. That part of the motion has been held back. The planning board is not asking to take that out of the motion. In addition, the bolded text, which was to be inserted, is not being advanced by the planning board. So in your voter's booklet on page 20, section F, building standards, subparagraph 4, the strikeout is not being advanced, and the insertions on that one section are not being advanced. That's exactly right. It doesn't read, everything I'm going over now is something that doesn't read exactly like the booklet, which is why we're going over it. Thank you. Everybody got that one so far? Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Arsenian.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Does this leave the planning board as the permit granting authority?
I didn't hear him. What did he say? I didn't hear it, Toby. Would you say it again? And I think I'm going to leave that to the proponent to speak to. But go ahead.
Does this leave the planning board as the special permit granting authority? Planning board is still in there.
I believe the answer is no, and I'm going to let the planning board address that. Thank you, Mr. Arsenian, when they have their chance to address the motions. Thank you. As far as the grammatical changes, though, are we all together? No? Did someone say no? Okay. Sir?
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. On the previous edit, it said the enumerated items, but it did not reference back to section C. Were the enumerated items on section C?
Okay, there are, if you look at 12C, there are enumerated items.
I am looking at 12C, but the item that we amended was under 12D. It does not refer back to the enumeration being the enumeration of section C.
So it's the change to 12D is for those purposes enumerated in section 12C, permitted uses.
That was, the amendment was, repeat again?
Yes, it reads, and if it wasn't on the slide, I'll get it on there, but it reads, for those purposes enumerated in 12C, permitted uses. That's how the motion was made.
It was not on the
Okay, we can get that fixed before we go on. So we'll go back to that quickly. Can you do that, Courtney? On slide. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Dan O'Donnell, 52 Main Street. These small edits at this point get very confusing for me, and it's just, I feel like it's just wasting my time. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to do my best to get through them. I'm sorry you feel that way, but this is how the motion was made, and if I don't explain it, I think it would be a worse waste of your time, so I'm going to do my best to explain it, all right?
The upshot, Denise Donnelly, Select Board, the upshot of all of the changes that the moderator is articulating is to ensure that the special permit granting authority remains with the Zoning Board of Appeals. That's the upshot of these changes.
Thank you. And in any event, again, that's how the motion was made. I'm going to try to explain it. That's what I can do, all right? So if we can move on to slide. Got that, Courtney? Okay, so the gentleman that brought up Section D administration, if you go briefly back to 5. All right, the gentleman who brought up Section D administration, thank you, you're correct. Can you see that now, wherever you are? Sir, you were just at the microphone? Yep. Can you see that now? Thank you for pointing that out. It was in the motion, not in the slide, thank you. So if we go on now to slide 7. So we did 5, we did 6, 7. Slide 7. All right. So we are now under Article B. There's not that many more. These are all, again, differences from the way the motion was made versus the voter's booklet. If you turn to Article B, pages 35 and 36, pages 35 and 36 of the voter's booklet, under Schedule D, Administration, it now reads as follows. Paragraph 2, which is in your voter's booklet, has been removed. And if you look at the bottom of the slide in red highlight, is the paragraph which was not advanced by the motion. So that wasn't made. So you can take it, if you want to take a pen and cross it out, it wasn't included in the motion. Everybody got that one? No? All right, I think everybody has it. If you don't, get my attention. Yes, sir. Okay, sure. I'll be happy to read it to you. So again, in your voter's booklet, under Section D, Administration, there's a subparagraph, there's a paragraph 1, and in your booklet, there's a paragraph 2. That paragraph reads like this, and it's been removed from the motion. Removed. It reads like this: special permit review. The planning board will act as the special permit granting authority where special permits are allowed under Section 5 permitted uses for all applications under the MCMOD. That paragraph is gone. You can take a pen and line it out. Okay? Everybody with me so far on the changes so far? That's all we're doing right now, the changes. If we go on to 8. This is the last change to the motion as it was made from the voter's booklet. Again, under Article B, MCMOD, on page 36 again of the voter's booklet, under Section F, Building Standards, now reads as follows. Paragraph 3 from the voter's booklet has been removed, highlighted in red, and I'll read it. The paragraph that has been removed, in other words, not included, not advanced, the planning board is not asking this to be considered, and they took it out of the motion. Reads like this. 3, the planning board may, as part of the site plan review process, allow reductions in the setbacks of building dimensions to promote better site design for site conditions given to a particular lot. Does everybody understand the deletion that was not included in the motion? It's not in front of you. Does everybody have that? Okay. So, again, I won't repeat verbatim, but the motion is whether to amend the zoning bylaws, Section 12, entitled Transit-Oriented Overlay District, as set forth in the booklet with the modifications that we just went over together, and whether to adopt new zoning bylaw, Section 13, MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, as set forth on pages 35 and 30 through 37, with the modifications that we all went over together. That is the motion, and with the motion restated, we will hear from the planning board, the select board, the planning board, I believe FinCom, DPW, ZBA, and Affordable Housing Trust. Sir, do you have a point of order?
Yes. My name's John Kulikowski.
Yeah, can you just a little closer so I can hear you? I'm deaf as a haddock.
My name is John Kulikowski. I live at 5 Phillips Avenue. Some of you may not be aware that the towns of Mansfield, Holden, and Milton officially are not going along with this.
Sir, we're not to the substance of Article A yet. Not even close, I'm sorry.
When will that be?
I'm sorry?
When will that be?
We'll get there, but we're going to hear from the zoning board.
Okay.
Okay. You will get there, I promise. So we'll turn to the select board, select person Donnelly.
Good evening, everyone. It's still good. My name's Denise Donnelly. I live at 72 Pigeon Hill Street, and I am the Select Board liaison to the Planning Board. Before I get started, I just want to address something that I've heard from a lot of people, and I feel you. I don't like to be told what to do either, and I know a lot of the reaction to this law, and it is a law, is that we don't like the state telling us what to do. Well, the reality is the state tells us what to do all the time, and we mostly do it. If you wear a seatbelt, or if you pay your taxes, or if you notice there's no smoking in here, that's because of laws. We receive the authority to zone from the state. The state grants us that authority. So that right comes from the state. I know we're all Yankees, all due respect to the Red Sox, and we don't like anyone telling us what to do, but that's the reality. As Select Board liaison to the Planning Board, I've attended almost every meeting that they've had for the past 2 years. This includes the 2 public information sessions they held, the 1 public hearing, and the many, many public meetings they held during their regular course of business. Through a grant from the state, they were able to work with an engineering consultant on developing proposals to share with the public that would meet with state compliance. And that was no small thing. The compliance modeling tool is very complicated. You may hear a claim that the Planning Board didn't consider alternative locations. That's not true, they did. Did they take every proposal that they heard from the public? No, they didn't. But did they listen to what the public had to say? Yes, they did. But they had many considerations to keep in mind, and they landed where they did as a result of many, many months and many hundreds of volunteer hours of study. What's changing? I know there's a lot of noise about this proposal, but really what it comes down to in the end is this. People who own property in the proposed areas will be able to create multifamily housing without going to the Zoning Board of Appeals to request a special permit. That's it. That's what's changing. Right now, those same people who own that property can go to the Zoning Board of Appeals to request a special permit to create multifamily housing that would be equivalent to what the MBTA zoning bylaw change would allow. And chances are, with our extreme lack of housing, the ZBA, I can't speak for them, but they might approve it. So the change is not huge. That is the change that's being requested tonight. If we approve the bylaws we're discussing today, these property owners would still have to go through all the things anybody wants to build would go through. Site plan review, they'd have to pull building permits from Mr. Orlando here. They have to comply with the underlying zoning bylaws, and that relates to height restrictions, setbacks, everything else. So the underlying zoning is not changing. I've heard a lot of concerns, very valid ones, about water and wastewater. Last week, the DPW explained that the town is going to have to undergo major efforts to upgrade both systems, a process that's going to cost tens of millions of dollars over the next number of years. That's true irrespective of whether we pass these bylaws. We have to fix these systems and our infrastructure. If we're not able to access large-scale state grants, water and sewer rates will go up. And we'll need large-scale debt exclusions added to the tax rate to address these issues. If we fail to pass these bylaw changes, the state is unlikely to make these grants available to us. We're already seeing that happen with Milton. Now that we have a grant manager, any state money we can get to minimize these increases and tax increases will be important to all of us. The MBTA zoning law is not a mandate to build. You might have heard that as soon as these proposals pass, we'll be overwhelmed by developers who will turn Rockport into Rantoul Street in Beverly. Let me set your mind at rest. It's been 2 years since we passed the transit-oriented overlay district at the train station. This allowed for multifamily housing and mixed-use commercial development there. So far, nothing's changed. That's not to say we won't see changes in our town over time. Of course we will. We can either set forth the guidelines proposed today and direct the change the way we want to see it happen, or we can continue to allow change without our guidance, which is kind of what's happening now. I have also heard concerns about the Housing Production Plan, the HPP. This is simply a state-mandated roadmap for reaching our affordable housing goals. Nothing more. It's not a secret plan to change the face of Rockport. Any change proposed in the HPP must follow the usual process and be brought to the public. So, building permits, public hearings, site plan review, setback and height limits, and so on. So nothing is going to happen because we have a housing production plan without you being part of the process. Lastly, I'll just mention that Milton, which voted no on their proposal, has now budgeted $250,000 for their legal defense against the state. Now, all of the carrots and sticks aside, I want to say that I'm supporting these proposed bylaw changes because it's the right thing to do. If we're going to continue to thrive as a dynamic, multi-generational community, we've got to allow more housing. Please keep an open mind tonight as you listen to the Planning Board's presentation, and please support these changes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Donnelly. Mr. Shaw.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Jason Shaw. I'm the chairman of the Rockport Planning Board, and we have all the planning board members there at our table. Harry Korsland, Tom Mikas, Bob Simmons, I'm going from left to right, and Peter Kuttner. Two of them are professional architects. Another is an engineer, retired, and Harry is a commercial banker. And I'm a retired attorney, and we have devoted, as Denise well said, that we've devoted many, many, many hours of our time for no charge to develop a zoning plan to allow the town of Rockport to change a portion of the zoning in overlay districts and areas around the train station. This actually already started back in 2022, before the state had any guidelines about how to do this. We changed the overlay district around the train station in approximately 12 acres. That was approved at town meeting. And now that the state has the guidelines that we have to follow, we've also now included another area. And what I'm going to do right now is kind of go through the process of why we did what we did and how we did it and how we arrived at the conclusion that we did, which you'll see on the zoning map. There is in your voter booklet the planning board's final report and recommendations. That's a good thing to read. This is a lot to take in, and if you haven't been to any of our information sessions or our public hearing, it's going to be a challenge. And I only have 30 minutes up here to tell you the things that I need to tell you. So, you know, I'm not going to be able to cover everything in the detail that you might want if you're unfamiliar with these issues. So why don't we start with the first, see how I can look at this the best. First slide. Okay. I think these are things we might not agree on everything, but these are things we all can agree on. We want Rockport to retain its unique beauty and character, to improve the water infrastructure, to improve wastewater, to have better roads and traffic maintenance, and to support the use of our mass transit. But there is a housing crisis, and I'll show you in very real numbers why that crisis is there. We need more diverse housing options for families and families with children to support our school system. We want to have zoning that allows housing for what we call the missing middle. Those essential workers, social workers, construction workers, you see the list up there. Those are the people who aren't here, who aren't retired, who haven't had the same house for 20 years. They need housing. They can't afford it in the town of Rockport, as we'll see. Next slide, please. Okay. This is an interesting slide about housing construction in the town of Rockport and when it was built in the town. Okay. Before 1939, 48% of Rockport's housing was constructed. That's 48% that's there now was built before 1939. We go to 1940 to 1959, another 18% was constructed. We go from 1960 to 1979, 15%. 1980 to 1999, 10%, and 2000 to 2009, 7%, and 2010 to 2019, 2%. So you can see what trajectory we're on for housing in the town of Rockport. It's getting slower and slower and smaller and smaller. But what's interesting is that in 2000, 24 years ago, Rockport had 800 more people in it than it does today. 800 more residents in the town of Rockport in 2020, 24 years ago, than it does today. But look at the next slide. This is what's happened to our housing prices in the town. The blue is the single-family houses. The red are condominiums. We go from the blue in 2016, we're at $450,000 approximately. And now, in 2023, we're up to about $840,000 for a single-family residence. So you can see it's been a huge trajectory, and housing, single-family housing, has become prohibitive for many, many families. For condominiums, those are the numbers in the red. The increase isn't quite as dramatic, but it's still there. And you can see that condos have also gone up in price. So we have fewer people than we had in 2000, but our real estate is far, far more expensive than it was back then when we had 800 more people. So next slide, please. Okay, so how does zoning, just generally, how does it affect us? Well, local bylaws that govern how property can and cannot be used in certain geographic areas. That's basically what zoning is. Okay, it affects us only future changes to land. It comes into play only if a property owner wishes to make the change. Zoning doesn't force anybody to do anything with their property. And that's something that I've heard sometimes from people who don't understand what we're doing here. This is not any kind of initiative to force anybody to do anything. If they don't want to sell it, they don't have to. If they want to, they can, just like now. It does not affect the existing use of a property. If you have a single-family house on your property and you want to keep it there, fine, you keep it. It doesn't mean also that that properties will be built out to the maximum level that they can under the zoning, because they aren't right now. If we took all the zoning in the town now and every lot was built out to what was allowed under the zoning, we'd have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of more people in the town just under the current zoning. But we know that doesn't happen. Things don't get built out to the maximum extent possible. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, what is this MBTA multifamily housing under 3A of the Zoning Act? This is a law that was passed by the state with virtually unanimous support from our legislators, which allows for housing as of right in our service by public transportation, which the town of Rockport is because we have a commuter rail. It still requires that any of this housing be reviewed, have site plan review, which is what the planning board does. But the law said a few things. First of all, that in the districts where multifamily housing is allowed, the zoning has to allow for a minimum density of 15 units per acre. Now let's stop right there because I know this confuses a lot of people. What that means is that the zoning has to allow for up to 15 units per acre. I'm sorry, not up to, 15 units per acre. And that means basically one 10,000 square foot lot would be a multifamily house, which would be 4 units in it. We have made the zoning that we propose tonight, it's a minimum of 15 units per acre, and it's also a maximum of 15 units per acre. So in other words, you can't turn the minimum of 15 units per acre into a 30 unit per acre unit. It's got to be 15 units per acre across the board if it's going to have multifamily housing. The district that is covered by the multifamily housing must be of reasonable size. The state has said for the town of Rockport, this is approximately 33 acres we have to designate for the overlay zoning for multifamily housing. And at least 1/2 of the multifamily district must be land that is contiguous, meaning it's got to be together with the borders touching each other, and each multifamily district must be at least 5 acres in size. Now you all got that, right? Okay, great, that's great. Next slide, please. Okay, which communities in eastern Massachusetts are affected? Here's a map that shows you there are 175 cities and towns with subways, commuter rail adjacent to commuter rail. There's Rockport up at the very top, way out in the Cape Ann, and that's where we are. But all these other communities have to deal with essentially the same thing that we're dealing with here. And as far as I know, last thing I've heard is that 21 of these communities, as of now, have actually filed their zoning plans, have actually completed their zoning plans, just like what we're asking you folks to do here today. The towns have approved it, and they're going to file them with the Attorney General and the Office of Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. Next slide, please. I'm sorry I'm going fast, but I don't want to run out of time here. So, okay, MBTA 3A multifamily housing in Rockport, it's got to be within a half-mile radius of the train station. Why is that a half-mile radius? Because half-mile radius is calculated at, if someone's walking, it would take them 10 minutes from the outer edges of this radius to reach the train. And so that's the half-mile radius. Half mile in 10 minutes, very generous. And that's where that was our starting point. We started with that half-mile radius, which is what the state says we need to look at because of the availability of the train. So next slide, please. So how did we arrive at this, what we did? Okay, we already talked with you about some of those check marks on the left-hand side of the page. The first two you already know about. 40% of the district must be within a half-mile radius of the train station. It must have access to water, sewer, and infrastructure. That was our requirement. We wanted to protect our historic districts, so we didn't want any areas that were designated as historic to be subject to any, demolition or changes, and that it had to not be prone to flooding, which, as you'll see later, that's an important consideration in the town of Rockport. So what we did is we needed technical help to do this. The state had a set of compliance guidelines that we could not, as a board of volunteers, could not figure out ourselves. We just couldn't. It was too technical. Some of the stuff, frankly, didn't make a whole lot of sense, but this is what they wanted us to do. So through a grant that the town received from the Massachusetts Housing Partnership, the town we hired Bowler Engineering, who had a lot of experience in getting these compliance models done for towns, and they helped us work on identifying the areas in towns that would be the best areas for this, evaluate our site options, and improve our likelihood of compliance. Next slide, please. All right. So, first thing we had to do to find out where we were going to put an overlay district for the MBTA zoning was to find out where we couldn't put it. All right, that's where we are. Well, of course, where we can't put it is in the Atlantic Ocean, so that's off base. A lot of communities don't have that problem, but we do. Well, here are places we can't put it. These are land owned by the town of Rockport, and we can't zone for land owned by the town. These are the schools, parks, cemeteries, pump stations, transfer stations, playing fields, beaches, and more, okay? Those are off limits to an MBTA overlay zoning district. Next slide, please. Okay, next area where we couldn't put it is the designated historic districts in the town of Rockport. These have special historic protection. You cannot alter the exterior of the buildings of any of these historic houses or other structures without permission from the Historic Preservation Commission. Therefore, they do not qualify as housing as of right, because housing as of right means you don't have to get a discretionary permit from some agency in the town. So you can't do it in an historic district because any exterior alteration is going to require a permit. And we wanted to maintain the historic character of the heart of downtown. That's what brings all the tourists into the town, is our quaint historic town. Next slide, please. So here's another area where we couldn't put this zoning. These are flood areas prone to flooding, designated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. All right, that's all the purple areas are areas in town which are prone to flooding. We're not going to zone for multifamily housing in those areas. Next slide, please. Okay, there's another area. These are other areas, very big ones in the town. This is the town's water supply overlay protection district. This occupies a huge amount of the town in the interior of Rockport. All those woods that you go, sometimes if you go for walks behind the school, that's all in this area. But this is not suitable for multifamily housing zoning, so we counted that out. So you go to the next slide, please. So here's a map that shows all those districts that we had to count out in one map: town land, historic district, FEMA limits, and water protection zone. And this is what we have to work with. And it has to be within a half-mile radius of the train station. So you can see it really limits the options that are available for this kind of zoning. So next slide, please. Here it is. Here's the same map with a half-mile radius of the train station superimposed on it, and you can see where you are. Limits basically more than 50% of the town is off limits. Next slide, please. So we looked at specific zoning areas in the town to decide whether any of them, or all of them or none of them, were suitable for an overlay district with multifamily housing. And by the way, people who've come to some of our, we had 2 public information sessions and 1 public hearing. I apologize to those people who may have seen this before, but it's essentially the same show that we did before, but I know there are a lot of people here who haven't seen it. So, okay, so we looked at the general zoning district, the downtown zoning district, the TOV, transit-oriented village overlay district, the semi-residential district, and residential district. These are all zoning districts in the town of Rockport. The TOVOD is an overlay district, meaning the zoning under it is residential and semi-residential, but it's what's called an overlay district, which allows for the construction of multifamily housing. And as Denise alluded to earlier, that was passed in 2022. So we'll go to the next slide. All right, so let's start with the general district. This is where the Cape Ann Tool Company is in that area. That's zone general. under the town's zoning bylaws. Okay, so we looked at a bunch of criteria, and you can see the check marks on the left-hand side of the screen, and those check marks are the things that met the criteria, and the red circle with the line through it is the things that didn't meet it. So what do we have here? Well, we have one half of the area is contiguous land. Yes, each district, it's a minimum of 5 acres. However, 40% of it isn't located within a half mile of the train station. It's about a mile and a half from the train station, actually. It has access to water and sewer. That's a plus. It's not near an historic district. That's a plus. But it is prone to flooding. That's a negative. So we really cross that off our list of possible districts. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is the downtown district. Everybody knows the downtown district. This is, the Bearskin Neck and the main, the main areas, Main Street and all the shops and stores and the theater and everything down there. All right, well, it meets 4 of the criteria. As I mentioned earlier, it's within the half-mile radius, and you can see that radius right there in the purple. It has access to water and sewer and infrastructure, but it's also where a good portion of the town's historic district is located. So that's a negative. And it's also prone to flooding. Anybody who's been down there recently, when we've had some of these really big storms during high tide, I don't think there's any debate about that. Okay, next slide, please. Now, this is the Transit-Oriented Village Overlay District. This is the area that was mentioned earlier. If some of you were here in 2022, you may have voted one way or the other on this, but it did pass. This is an overlay district that's around the train station that allows for the construction of multifamily housing. It allows for mixed-use housing, meaning commercial on the bottom and residential on the top. It allows for construction of townhouses. And this was zoned this way since, I think, April of 2022. All right, that's the way it's been. As you can see, when you go there, there's not much has really happened at all. Next slide, please. Oh, no, go back, please. Thank you. Yeah, this meets all the criteria. This meets all of our criteria that we were looking for. And we'll go to the next slide. All right, so this is the semi-residential district. Now, just to orient you a little bit, it's the red outline. It's got the purple, which is...
And just for your planning, you're at 20 minutes, Mr. Shaw.
How much?
You were at 20 minutes, just for your planning.
Okay, good. I'm good then. This is the purple is...
That means you have 10, sorry, just to be clear.
Yeah, I did the math. Yeah, thank you. This is the... now I forgot what I was going to say. Okay. This is the half-mile radius around the train station. You see it. Most of the semi-residential district is in there. It has Sandy Bay Estates, or Sandy Bay Terrace as it's known. That's in this district. That's a very dense area. It's got, I think, about 18 units per acre. And then it also has the Rockport Inns and Suites, which also is pretty dense occupation in that area. And the zoning in that area allows for commercial uses. It already allows for multifamily housing under certain circumstances. And it's adjacent to Main Street, which is a main thoroughfare in and out of town. So it's a good location for an overlay district that would allow for multifamily housing. That was one of the things, that was all pluses. And you can see at the very top of this slide, a little bit of red outline up there. That's the TOVOD that I mentioned earlier, the Transit-Oriented Village. So this is just, I would say, to the west, southwest of that. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. So this is the residential district that's just above the semi-residential district. This is all residential. You can see the streets on there, Tars Lane and Paradise Circle, Pools Lane. This is actually a very small part of the entire residential district. As you'll see later, the residential district is quite large. This is a very small part of it, but we thought, okay, at the top of this is a TOVOD residential district right below it, and right below that, the semi-residential district. And that seemed like all these met all the criteria. Each minimum size, 40% located with a half-mile radius, access to water and sewer, not near historic districts, and not prone to flooding. So we did find a place in this town which had 50% of the land unavailable where we could put this overlay zone. So next slide, please. Okay, this is kind of a bigger map that shows you the half-mile radius, and the green is the semi-residential, the blue is the residential above that, and the TOVOD is above that. They're all together. And there's a reason we believe that having them all together would be good, because a big concept here is walkability. We want to let people have an option of not using their cars, and not using their cars to get to commercial uses, which are in the TOVOD. The TOVOD, which is where Whistle Stop Mall now is and all those commercial uses, is where people should be able to walk from this multifamily district. So we put 80% of it in the half-mile radius. There's about 20% that's not in the half-mile radius. Next slide, please. And here's a close-up of what I just showed you. So TOVOD, which you see in your zoning booklets, we made some changes to that. The MCMOD, which is the bright green and the blue combined, that's about 20.9 acres. I'm sorry, that's a combination, that's about 37 acres, and the TOVOD is about 11 acres. So you can see these are all contiguous. They're all mostly within a half-mile radius of the train station. And what we also did is, as you can see, that the right-hand side of the map, the outer edges of these districts, which is marked in red, we kept the district away from Main Street because we wanted to be able to preserve the historic houses that were along Main Street and the viewscape on Main Street. So as you can see, Main Street is not, they don't abut up to Main Street. Okay, so next slide, please. Here are the roads that will service the district, the overlay district potential. Main Street, Railroad Avenue. So, you know, these are two major roads in the town, and they're roads that could handle the traffic, any traffic. Don't forget, we have 800 fewer people in the town today than we did in 2000. But these roads could handle the traffic. We didn't want to put these districts along roads that were inadequate. That would make no sense whatsoever. Next slide, please. How am I doing? Oh, okay, great. So here are the revisions to the TOVOD, the existing law that we're asking for some revisions for. This was already adopted. We changed a couple of things. The multifamily housing in the version that we have now was a special permit, multifamily housing. The state has since said, no, you can't have a special permit. It has to be as of right. So we changed that. That's an important change, because otherwise that can't be included in the number in the multifamily district. It has to be as of right housing. Oh, something happened. I hope I get extra time. I'm fine. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay. We added minimum lot sizes and frontages and side and rear setbacks, and we created, as I mentioned earlier, a maximum density of 15 units per acre. Remember I said minimum density of 15 units per acre to satisfy the state's requirements, but we also have a maximum density of 15 units per acre. We cleaned up some language, which I'm not going to go into now, but let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is the new area that would be covered under the McMod is the way we call it. That's the name we give it. So if you combine the McMod with the TOVOD, you get approximately 48 acres. We meet the state's requirements, and it's the McMod, as I've told you before, overlays the R district and semi-residential, and it only changes, we're only changing 3 aspects of the zoning. First of all, it allows, the law allows but does not require multifamily zoning as of right with a maximum number of 15 units per acre. It allows, but that does not require townhouses as of right. Again, it doesn't require them, it just allows them. And the illustrated design elements for multifamily and townhouses must be followed in the McMod. I'll show you what those are later. I'm just going to move through this quickly. All right, next slide. Okay, what does not change? In the McMod, in the residential, the underlying residential and semi-residential districts. Minimum lot sizes stay the same. Minimum setbacks stay the same. Minimum frontage stays the same. Parking stays the same. And in the McMod, unlike the TOVOD, there is no mixed commercial and residential uses allowed. Those are the changes in the McMod. Pretty modest, I think. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is just kind of an interesting thing. People say, oh, the zoning's there's going to be 562 units there in this is the McMod. Well, actually, that's the maximum build-out ever that could exist. But here's the thing people forget. There already are 306 units there now. Well, you're not going to tear all those down. See, the state is funny. They say, when you do your numbers and calculate your numbers, don't count the existing units. Okay, well, we didn't. So that's why we get to 562. But actually, in reality, there are 306 units in these 2 districts already. So the potential is for 256 new units. Quite a smaller number. And again, I remind you, we have 800 fewer people in the town of Rockport today than we did in 2000. Next slide, please. Okay, here's a good example of what a multifamily house in the McMod could look like. This is in a 70-foot by 150-foot lot. It's 4 units of 1,625 square feet each in this building. Meets all the zoning requirements, 4 condo units or rental units or whatever you want. Only 2.5 stories tall and 10,000 square foot minimum lot size. This is a good example. This would qualify as multifamily housing. Next slide, please. Here's an example of a building that you'll see built. It's not in the multifamily zoning district, but it's on 36 Broadway, and this is what it's going to look like, okay? This would be multifamily housing. Not bad. It's 4 units, and it's on actually a smaller lot than is required in the McMod, but this is what, it's on 8,712 square feet, and actually, if you max out the density, it would be 20 units per acre, but as I said before, we don't allow for that. But this is one thing that will look like. Next slide, please. Here's another example of housing that would meet the multifamily housing criteria in Massachusetts. This is just an example. Let's go to the next slide, please. I'm sorry I'm whipping through this, but I know I'm short on time. Here are relative building heights in the town, just to give you a perspective, because we talk in the zoning law, we talk about 30 feet in the McMod, 38 feet in the TOVOD, and then we allow up to 45 feet height in interior buildings, not along streets or anything, but if buildings in an interior of a lot and it's got other buildings around it, it can be, at the planning board's absolute discretion, 45 feet high. Here are buildings in town to give you perspective, okay? The 36 Broadway, the building I just showed you, that's 30 feet. Here are some other Broadway houses, 38.6, 38.6, that's what is allowed in the TOVOD. And finally, 19 School Street, which is across from the library, that is almost 45 feet tall. Those are buildings that you probably drive by every day, don't even give it a thought. But these are the heights that are allowed in this new zoning district, and the 45-foot one is only allowed under special circumstances. Next slide, please. These are the types of buildings in the McMod. These are kind of typical illustrations. These are built into the zoning, so someone can't come in and put a multifamily flat-roofed house that's, you know, with sheets of glass up and down the side. No, they got to look like the historic buildings that we know in the town. That's what they have to look like that. That's one thing we built into the zoning, is how things have to look. Next slide, please. Okay, if we don't comply with this, and this was already, Denise already mentioned something like here, we lose opportunity for extra vitality, we lose the opportunity for a wider range of affordable houses in the town, we lose potential for a larger tax base, and the possibility of more housing and more families in a growing community. Those are all gone. As we know, $840,000 is a lot of money for anybody unless you're very wealthy to spend on housing. Next slide, please.
You may not be ready to land the plane, but the airstrip is in sight. Flaps are down, wheels are down. Mr. Shaw,
I'm
we're heading
almost
to the
there.
landing strip.
All right. So, quickly, funding sources, grant funding sources currently used by the town, funding sources needed in the future, yellow and blue. These are all, if this gets defeated, these are all in jeopardy because the state has said it will pull grant funding from municipalities that don't pass this multifamily law. Fine, you know, we can do without these. It just means our taxes are going to be quite a bit higher, but these are all funding sources that the town either does or will be relying on to improve its infrastructure and other features of the town that could be in jeopardy. Next slide, please. And then we have, of course, the town of Milton. Everyone's mentioned that. This is a town that voted this down. They've lost a whole bunch of money already. Someone mentioned $260,000. Quite a bit larger town than ours. But they've also been sued by the Attorney General, who said basically either you do a multifamily zoning or we're going to do it for you. Talk about state control. Then the state will come in and decide where the zoning should go if the town doesn't do it. Next slide, please. Okay. But most of the towns in this area have complied. As I mentioned, 21 have already filed their multifamily zoning. So, you know, they don't make the news, but they have complied with the law, and hopefully Rockport will be in that number. Next slide, please. And finally, we get about, what about affordability? That's been talked about a lot, and it'll be talked about more today. We are working, right now the planning board is working on a revision of the existing housing balance bylaw, which is the bylaw that governs affordable housing in the town. And it has the affordability requirements. It's not, this is a separate bylaw from the MBTA bylaw. And we're working on it. We have hired a consultant to help us do this, and it's going to be ready for consideration at the fall town meeting. I just want to say that quickly. I know others will have more to say about that. And I think I'm at the end.
Thank you,
folks.
Mr. Shaw.
Really
Thank you very much.
appreciate it.
And I believe we'll hear from the Finance Committee. Mr. Valentin? You don't have 30 minutes, Mr. Valentin.
Be faster than that. Good evening, Rockport. My name is Dwight Valentine. I live at 14 Holbrook Court off King Street in Rockport, and I am the chair of the current chair of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee is well aware of public concern regarding the scope of potential housing development in Rockport, and not least the related increased infrastructure costs that may result from housing developed due to the mandated implementation of zoning required by the MBTA Communities Act. The possibility of increased water and sewer infrastructure and use due to housing development, whether resulting from the Act or not, certainly requires that the DPW, the Select Board, the Planning Board, and the Zoning Board of Appeals continue to undertake forward-thinking study, planning, and action. As many of us are aware by now, both the legislative and executive branches of state government have made plain their intent to ensure that all communities encompassed within the Act comply with defined zoning requirements. Very few communities have declined to implement new zoning requirements, and the town of Milton is among them. As a direct result of Milton's posture, the Attorney General filed an enforcement action against the town of Milton in the state's highest court, the defense of which is causing Milton significant legal expense. In addition to the punitive losses in state funding and grants Milton already has sustained. Rockport Town Administration reports that Rockport could lose as much as $2.4 million in state funding and grants should it not adjust its zoning to accommodate the Act's requirements. Rob Craig, Rockport's Special Projects and Grants Manager, recently compiled a list of 13 sources of state grant funding to which the state will deny Rockport access to should the town not implement suitable zoning revisions. Consistent with its ongoing effort to identify and pursue the many grant sources for which the town is eligible, Rockport has obtained, for example, a municipal vulnerability preparedness planning grant of $240,000. Moreover, just last week, Rockport submitted another grant application to the same source for $765,000 and has been advised by that source that its application is very strong. An award ruling is expected by midsummer. Robert advises that MVP and many of the listed grant sources are looking for applications from small coastal towns like Rockport in order to assist them to prepare for the climate change consequences that increasingly will adversely impact Rockport. Some argue that so-called competitive grant process does not guarantee success in any grant application. Perhaps, but a track record of success arguably enhances the likelihood of any award. Moreover, non-compliance with the Act's mandated zoning requirements definitely will foreclose and deny Rockport access to any grant funding opportunity. A stigma is likely to be associated with applications from towns that do not accept the zoning requirements. Funding that could have been elicited from state sources would have to be obtained by increased fees, taxes, and borrowing. At a recent FinCom meeting, Jason Shaw presented the Planning Board's proposed zoning revisions and supporting argument. In response to questions and comments that arose concerning the potential impact of development, Jason advised that since no development is currently proposed and may not even be proposed in the future, consideration of associated costs at that time relative to infrastructure would be hypothetical. Strictly speaking, this is true at this time. FinCom does not have any or even enough information about development or any proposed development or any hypothetical development with which to make sound or reliable cost projections as to the impact on infrastructure and other budgetary matters. FinCom therefore chose not to deliberate on whether to take any stance per se on the two articles at issue. This should not be construed as a stance against the articles. FinCom acknowledges and strongly recommends that any future development should be strictly scrutinized by all responsible governing bodies and town departments to ensure compliance with both underlying and overlay zoning, and that any consequential concurrent infrastructure costs should be analyzed in detail publicly. FinCom recommends that the voters be pragmatic and prudent in considering the fiscal impact of lost grant funding opportunity and the increased risk of punitive state action should the town not implement suitable proposed zoning revisions, and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentin. The commissioners of the Department of Public Works Commissioners, Mr. Reed.
Bruce Reed, 32 Pigeon Hill Street, Chairman of the Commissioners. I think Selectman Donnelly said it all. We have issues now with water and sewer. However, they won't exist forever. In all honesty, that should not be the reason why you vote this up or down, because we have to improve both, and we're working on it to do it now. And unless there's other questions, that's really what we have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Zoning Board of Appeals, Mr. Battistelli.
Alan Battistelli, 57 Phillips Avenue, Chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals. As written and modified as it was presented tonight to this town meeting, the Board of Appeals is in full support of these proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Battistelli. The Affordable Housing Trust, Ms. Vella. Affordable Housing Trust, Ms. Diane Vella. Ms. Vella.
Diane Vella, 17 King Street. This is where I make my motion to amend.
If you choose to do so.
I would like to make a motion to amend the TOV-OD district. If you would look in your voters' handbook on page 21. Mr. Moderator, I, on behalf of the Rockport Affordable Housing Trust, move to amend the pending motion related to the transit-oriented village overlay district zoning bylaw, section 12, F6B, by designating a new footnote immediately after the words building type. It's at the top of the page 21. Numeral 1, to designate a footnote immediately after the words building type above the table, and underneath the following text for the building type table, and it reads, all building types shall, for the application that are 10 units or more, provide a minimum of 10% of the units as affordable units as predetermined by the EOHLC, that is the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, prior to the completing of site plan review, all fractional units being rounded down. The income of families and or individuals who are eligible to occupy these units shall qualify for the units under the HUD, that's Housing and Urban Development, 80% area medium low income limits that is maintained annually by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Is there a second? Seconded. Moved and seconded. Ms. Vella?
And if you would turn to...
And just for all the voters, if you haven't seen it already, what Ms. Vella read, and I'll restate it at the end, is on the screens in front of you in red type. The language of the footnote is on the screens in front of you in red type.
In addition, I would like to amend the MBTA.
No, Ms. Vella, we're not there yet. We're going to no, we're not there yet. We're going to stick with Article A right now and that procedure that I outlined at the start of the meeting. So you have the floor to speak. The substance will be the same. You don't have to make that motion yet.
That's
the floor is yours to speak to the merits of your motion to amend on affordability.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So it is exactly the same wording. And thank you to the Planning Board for your work on these two articles that we are considering today. I am Diane Vella. I am the chairwoman of the Rockport Affordable Housing Trust. In the opinion of the trust and many pro-affordable housing citizens here, there is something missing in these articles. The thing that's missing is HUD-defined affordable housing. The lack of affordable housing has been an issue in Rockport for many years. This did not sneak up on us. Although it was made worse by the pandemic and short-term leases, lack of affordable housing was first identified in 1973 as an issue on a citizen's report. Again in 2012, the Planning Board crafted a housing balance law allowing affordable housing to be built by special permit in buildings of 6 or more units. To my knowledge, none have those been built, except for Granite Street Crossing. The Planning Board had consultants come to Rockport for a town-wide visioning in 2017. Again, affordable housing was identified as a priority need. And that citizens' vision, that visioning that came, birthed the Affordable Housing Trust here in Rockport, which lay dormant for 6 years when the Select Board appointed members 1 year ago, practically today, which activated our work. There are many reasons why this looked the other way when it comes to acting on and prioritizing affordable housing, which brings us to where we are today. The Commonwealth sees that Rockport is not alone in putting multifamily housing and specifically affordable housing on the back burner. People use the term affordable housing very loosely. We are using this term as the HUD-defined affordable housing. The reason that this has happened here is that we have a lack of multifamily zoning. We have lack of buildable land. We have large lots. We have the rise in short-term leases. And the citizens of Rockport have not been watchdogging this, me included. This watershed moment has brought us to the Commonwealth requiring us to do the TOVD and the MBTA multifamily districts. And because we have been inefficient at best in creating multifamily housing, much less affordable housing, Rockport's existing affordable housing has been created nearly exclusively for our seniors, which is wonderful. However, it has been largely ignoring families. We all know what that problem has caused us. The Planning Board bylaws do give housing, not necessarily affordable housing, but housing, two critical ingredients: developable land and by right zoning for multifamily units. However, we have left off any affordable housing covenant. In both articles, the Housing Trust, the Rockport Affordable Housing Trust, we are asking citizens of Rockport to vote to include in both of these districts 10% of the housing units permitted for 10 units or more be HUD-defined affordable housing. And eligibility for those units would be a maximum income of 80% of our HUD area median income or below. In order to be included in Rockport's affordable housing count, we are very far behind in the states asking our affordable housing count. It does not prevent someone from building more affordable housing, but we are asking you to require a minimum that anybody that develops in this land to include a minimum amount of 10% affordable housing. The Planning Board has promised to review all bylaws affecting affordable housing this summer. The Trust and other pro-affordable housing advocates welcome this and want to be a part of the discussion. But to be truly inclusive, we need to include the results of the HPP that Denise Donnelly talked about. We need to include the strategic plan that the Trust will be conducting. We need to craft the bylaws. We want to have the studies and the plan and then craft the bylaws. That is the way versus the other way around, having bylaws and then having the study. We must come out of our committee silos and work with each other for affordable housing. The Rockport Affordable Housing Trust, the Planning Board, the ZBA, the Select Board, the DPW, CONCOM, FinCom, and our citizens, we all need to be working on this to include affordable housing in the fabric of Rockport. However, I digress. For now, what I would like to ask you to do is to amend the articles to put forth by the Planning Board to restore affordable housing in the TOVOD and to be written into the new MBTA district right from the beginning so that it doesn't get overlooked for any amount of time. If the town of Rockport citizens can pass the Planning Board articles that include this amendment for affordable housing, we will have achieved the perfect trifecta of possibility for affordable housing that Rockport has not seen in 70 years. Developable land, multifamily by right zoning, and for now, a minimum
just for your
amount
planning,
of affordable housing.
For your planning, you're at 1 minute. You have 1 minute, Ms. Fowler,
Thank
for your
you.
planning.
We want to do this so that Rockport is not vulnerable to unfriendly affordable housing 40B developers. because if that happens, we would be guaranteed losing our control of this. The Rockport Affordable Housing Trust asks for your approval for the proposed amendments as written and for both Articles A and Article B.
Thank you, Ms. Vella. Keep that slide up there. Keep the slide up there for a minute. Two things. I'm sorry to geek out, but I'm going to restate the motion, Ms. Vella, and reread it. There were a couple of things that were stated differently, and then I'm going to ask you if I've correctly stated your motion. Then we're going to do a clicker check. I've been informed that there was a software issue and that the clickers now may work. A few seconds to try that may save us time in the long run. So first, Ms. Vella, I understand, I'll restate, the motion is, moved and seconded, the motion is to amend. Yes, sir, what's your point of order?
I'd like a ruling on whether or not that motion is within the scope of the article.
If it were not within the scope of the article, in my judgment, it would never have been taken up.
I'd like a ruling, please.
By definition, that ruling was made.
So you are saying it's within the scope of the article?
It would have never been allowed to be made if it was not.
You're saying it's within the scope?
I'm sorry?
You're saying it's within the scope?
Correct. It never would have been allowed if it were not. So, moved and seconded. The motion is to amend the pending motion related to the Transit-Oriented Village Overlay District zoning bylaw, Section 12, by inserting a new footnote designated as 1 in Section 12F6B, immediately after the words building type above the table, with the following text: all building types shall, for applications that are for 10 units or more, provide a minimum of 10% of the units as affordable units as determined by the EOHLC prior to completing site plan review, all fractional units being rounded down. The income of families or individuals who are eligible to occupy those units shall qualify for the units under the HUD 80% AMI low-income limits as maintained annually by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Have I correctly restated your motion? All right, thank you. We'll open the floor to discussion in a moment. Before we do that, I would like to do a check on the clickers again and see if it works this time. Remember, don't bother pressing until you see the countdown begin, which will start at some point after I say vote now. When I say vote now, someone has to still hit a button. So hear me, but watch the screens, please. So a resolution to support Mom and Apple Pie has been made, and we're going to vote on the resolution to support Mom and Apple Pie. Does everybody understand the question in front of you? All those in favor of the resolution will press 1 or A. All those opposed to the resolution will press 2 or B. Vote now. You can press as many times as you want, but at least one should light up green. No? Okay. Okay, hold on. 68% to 32%. Let's get the numbers. 298 to 142. Okay. All right, thank you. Clickers out. Still didn't work. I understand that. So I was hoping it would, but it didn't. In any event, to reorient everybody, the motion before you is Ms. Vella's motion to amend the motion under Article A, TOVID, Transit-Oriented Overlay District, by inserting the footnote, and we'll put that back up on the screen when we have a moment. Floor is open for discussion.
Another point of order.
Yes, Mr. Sepulveda.
Earlier you said we were not going to be using clickers. Is that still in effect?
All right, so we had a technical problem. I think everybody agreed. At the time, I believed it was unfixable, and we needed to move on. I was then informed that it may have been fixed, so we gave it a test. It didn't work, so now we're going to move on with discussion. If they started to work, it would save us time. They're clearly not working. We had several people not get their votes registered, and the numbers didn't make sense. So they're not working at the moment. Okay?
Well, I hope they're working when we vote.
I think we all hope they'll work, but if they don't, we're going to do a rising vote. Yes, sir.
Charlie CV, 19 Ridgewood Road. Ain't technology wonderful? The housing, the Affordable Trust Amendment just makes this thing work a whole lot better. We really need to do this, and I recommend we pass the amendment and then the whole bloody thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seavey. Mr. Kolakowski.
We're open for discussion now.
So just for your planning, the question in front of the meeting is the motion to amend to insert the footnote on affordability.
I have no problem with that.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Lilia.
Jonathan Leah, 3 Pigeon Hill Street. I'm in favor of this motion. However, there is one glaring error. The error is that there is no protection for kids who grew up in town, who are young, who are on, say, the fire department or police or teachers or anybody else like that. A specific provision for people in town that's a HUD definition, that's a federal definition, not a Rockport-specific definition.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Jonathan Strong, 7 Henderson Court. I also support the amendment, and I actually wanted to point out that Rockport is a particular kind of town that attracts lots of out-of-town second home buyers. And I'm wondering if there's some way in which units can be reserved for people who actually intend to live here year-round.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Barbara Kaplan, 4 Ocean Avenue. I'm very much in favor of this amendment. I've lived in Rockport for 36 years, and in my neighborhood, which was quite affordable at that time, there were families, children lined up at the bus stop, babies, dog walking, etc. It's like a ghost town now, the Pigeon Cove, because the houses have gotten so expensive, and people are buying them up for either vacation homes or retirement homes. And we need affordable housing, and I've heard this same thing is going on in other neighborhoods. And now comes the state mandate telling us to do this, include multifamily housing, and now comes Ms. Vella with her amendment, include truly affordable housing in the multifamily housing. And yes, it will be nice for some of our Rockport residents to have it, but all people need housing. Our workforce, our teachers, our seniors, our families, they cannot afford to move into Rockport. I've heard of ministers who, if they didn't have a parish, they couldn't live in our town. So with the amendment put forth by the Rockport Affordable Housing Trust and the 10%, we'll also be moving Rockport from a stock of 4.6% true HUD definition affordable housing, inching towards the 10%. So I ask, who are we? What do we want to be? Do we want to be a closed community that refuses to build multifamily housing with an affordable component and allow the people who actually make our community vibrant, the families, the children, increasing enrollment in our schools? The schools will have to go regionally, and the kids will have to be bussed out if we don't get families in. So just because the state asked us, I know this is a big thing, we don't have to listen. So do we cut off our nose to spite our face and don't do it? I say we want to be a welcoming community. We want to welcome people who need housing, and the people who will in turn make our community the vibrant community we want it to be. So I say vote yes to 10% affordable housing amendment in this amendment. And thank you all boards who have worked so hard.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sepula?
Yes, Z. Sepula, 92 Granite Street. We've just listened to, I think, about a half an hour of the planning board telling us why they had to consider this specific area for the multi-unit housing and why other areas in town were unsuitable. Now the Affordable Housing Trust is saying they want 10% of this area devoted towards affordable housing. And what I'm saying is, overall, it's a net zero for the town. You still got 10% affordable housing because of all of the 90% that aren't. And that doesn't do us any good. And if you're talking about limited areas where you can do this, where you can put affordable housing, then the whole area should be considered for affordable housing, not just 10%, but 50% or 60% or 70%. And that's the only way you're ever going to get affordable housing in this town that actually means anything. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sepulveda, thank you. Ma'am?
Teresa Scatterday, 76 High Street. I just wanted to reiterate the point that the other gentleman made about the HUD qualifications. I have 2 grown children. They've worked really hard, saved money, and they would not qualify for HUD because they have a little bit too much in savings potentially, or making a little bit above the HUD, and they would not qualify. They've been desperately trying to purchase in this town for years and get back here. So I don't know if there's a way that we could make that amendment, that HUD amendment, or that HUD requirement, something more similar. The local banks here have, like Institution for Savings, for instance, they have a HUD requirement, then they have an in-house requirement. It's a little bit more lenient. It allows for a little bit more savings to allow for somebody potentially to have 10% or 20% to put down on something. HUD requirements don't. And if you have that money, you're penalized and you can't qualify for these. So my question is, if we don't approve this 10% or HUD requirements, can we amend that in the future to make it an affordable, a different affordable, so that, again, so our kids can come back here?
All right, I'll see if I can get it. I'll see if we can get an answer. Thank you, Ms. Pizzeni. Yes, sir.
James Reed, 3 Canterbury Lane. Good evening. I fully support the article with the 10% affordable amendment. The MBTA Communities Act is a welcome measure to help provide housing for those with modest incomes. I applaud efforts to bring multifamily housing to Rockport to correct the exclusion of lower income people from our town, which has become a crisis here and elsewhere. This phenomenon, the persistent inflation of housing costs, has been here for decades. Building to meet demand and incomes have not kept pace with housing costs. Something has to give. That is why we are here. Rather than gloat over acceleration in our property values, we could mourn the emptying of our public school classrooms, the furloughing of teachers, the loss of young families with children, the scarcity of housing for workers, the lack of racial and economic diversity, which promotes discrimination. Rockport is not the blue-collar town my father grew up in 100 years ago. We've become a retirement community for rich white folks, the oldest demographically in the Commonwealth. Change is inevitable. Change came to Rockport years ago. Those who want to avoid change have missed the boat. We need housing, not at market rates, but at rates many can afford, to correct decades of neglect. Building single-family houses won't solve this crisis. Rockport needs to meet this challenge, and the result will be greatly beneficial to this town. We don't need to become Beverly Hills or Milton. We should add 10% affordable, at least 10% affordable restriction to all new development, including by amending today Article A. That in itself will prevent unscrupulous developers from putting up monstrosities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hold on. I think we may have some clarification on some of the points raised.
Yes, Denise Donnelly from the Select Board. Couple of things. Just to clarify, 100% of the area median income as defined by HUD is about $100,000.
$150,000.
Well, hold on. We can't have back and forth discussions.
I appreciate the correct $150,000. So this is not 80% of that, whatever that is. Somebody else do the math while I'm talking. 80% of that is not. I just want people to understand. That's people who have good jobs, 2 spouses who are working. It's really difficult, even with that level of income, to afford housing. The other point I want to make is we wish we could make the affordable housing available only to people who grew up in Rockport. Unfortunately, if we do that, we won't get any state money. The state doesn't allow us to limit who can move into affordable housing if we get state money. So the Granite Street crossing, for example, that opened in September, the state allowed up to 70% of the people who live there to be local. And they are the ones who set the limit when they give money for affordable housing. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Oh, and also the select board supports these amendments.
Ms. Vella.
Thank you, Denise. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the 24 limits just came out, and the area median income for this area is $149,900. That's a lot of money. So 80% of that does include our teachers and our DPW workers. But what this gives us is the range, so we can do both, from 80% and under. The other thing that I wanted to say is 10% is only what EOHLC allows us to do at this moment. We cannot adjust that without a feasibility study. So we may do a feasibility study to do that. So know that these things are set up in a way that we have some control over. And we will. The Housing Trust is brand new. We're just getting on it, and we will be back.
Thank you, Ms. Vella. And when I restated the motion, I meant to state the motion, Ms. Vella's motion is supported by the Select Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and not opposed by the Planning Board. I apologize for that. Mr. Arsenian.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. There's obviously a widespread support for affordable housing. I would say miles too late. And the devil is in the details, the definitions as to what qualifies. You heard it. 80% of the area median income. I find it very hard to believe that the median income in this town would be $149,000, but who knows? Anyway, we're stuck with the state's definitions, which are heartless and dishonest, and entirely ignore the interests of those on the lower rungs of the economic ladder. People who earn minimum wage would have an income of slightly over $31,000 a year, not the $80,000 or $100,000 that would qualify you for the quote-unquote affordable housing. There is then the question if the housing is not built by some group that is not for profit, as Harbor Light or conceivably Action or Habitat for Humanity. If it's built by developers, they have to meet the 10% standard. But the 10% can go up in smoke. Typically, the state requires that the housing be affordable for 30 years. And then what? Well, many of us are elderly and won't be here in 30 years, but other people will be here, your children and grandchildren perhaps, and they will face a situation which is yet more adverse than the one we face now. There'll be more people and more money, unless you're banking on a plague or something like that. So the details, the nitty-gritty of it is what it comes down to, and that can't be nailed here, and I'm not sure that the Affordable Housing Trust can nail it. That would be up to the Planning Board, who say they're going to write an affordable housing bylaw. Incidentally, they were asked repeatedly to write one before the May 22 town meeting and failed to do so. So I think that the Affordable Housing Amendment is a good idea, although it's not going to accomplish what you hope. We're talking about private developers, for the most part, on private property. And people, human nature being what it is, will make as much money as possible. So if you're hoping we're going back to the 1950s or 60s, when any couple who were prudent and hardworking might hope to end up owning a house, no, we're not. I would say vote for it and vote against the article as a whole, which is the state's tyranny in action. If we don't control the zoning, we don't control anything. And you may feel that 15 units on an acre is acceptable. I think a test for any zoning, people have spoken about different districts, what might be put somewhere. We all have our own standards, and I would suggest to you the golden rule as a standard. If you wouldn't want it in your backyard, how could you wish it on someone else?
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Michelle Allison Elwell, 43 Curtis Street, Pigeon Cove. I am a realtor in town. I am also on the committee for diversity, inclusion, and equality for the North Shore Association of Realtors. I am a Washer Shore. I've only lived here for 34 years now, but I will tell you that I moved here so that I could raise children in a clean, safe, quiet community. And I believe that everybody has the right to raise their children in a good community. I am for affordable housing, and I'd like to change the name to it to fair housing. And did you know that April is Fair Housing Month? I did a post on Rockport page, and I was very disappointed in my fellow peers as realtors for not speaking up about fair housing. I would like to inform the community that what we're trying to do is to be able to make safe and affordable living for everyone that lives here, okay? There's a serious housing crisis in this whole entire country, and we have not kept up with the construction. And I really wish that people would stop saying walkability, you can walk, because we have people in this community with wheelchairs. We have people in this community with one leg or no legs. So let's stop the foolishness. Not everybody can ride a bike, and not everybody can walk a half a mile. We have a lot of old construction in this town, a lot of homes with lead paint, homes with a lot of stairs, outdated. We need some new construction, especially for our veterans and seniors who are in a wheelchair or use a walker, who need walk-in showers, roll-in showers, cabinets at the right height, and wide enough doorways and hallways for them to be able to manipulate their living space. Now, they're clumping us in with the Boston number, and our incomes, for the most part, are lower than what they're saying. Of course, we do have people that make $1 million a year here, but I feel that sometimes the planning board is out of touch with the common person. And I would also like to see the zoning opened up for Pigeon Cove, because we are part of the 01966.
Just to be clear, the question now before us is whether you support or oppose.
I do support
No,
it.
hold on. The question before us is whether you support or oppose Ms. Vella's amendment, the footnote, just to be clear.
I support this amendment, and I hope the rest of you will, especially the people downtown with the illegal multifamilies.
Yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. Ms. Michaels.
June Michaels, 22 Landmark Lane. I support affordable housing and I support the amendment, but I would like to point out that only if all 256 new properties are part of 10-unit or more housing would we even get 25 units. The footnote is good, but it doesn't solve all of our affordable housing projects. So let's get back to the main issue of creating a new zoning district. I hope one of the subsequent speakers will move the question.
No, she did not.
Good evening. David Gibbons, 60 Marmion Way. I'm not against affordable housing or fair housing, but I came here tonight for a meeting that was to discuss, as Toby said, whether the tyranny of the state over home rule. And so to sit here and find out that the affordable housing is an amendment and in 2 years did not come forward from planning, from the select, that it comes through as an amendment. I think, and I heard somebody say it was supposed to be written up as a bylaw. This meeting's not about affordable housing. We can talk for months about that. It was about something else, and I would move to close it because we had other business to get to tonight. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a motion to move the question. I think there was a little bit of more commentary than I would ordinarily entertain, but you didn't go to the substance of affordability, so I'm going to take it as a motion to move the question. Is that what you did, sir? All right. Yes, sir. He did, but he didn't speak for or against the amendment as I heard it. But I agree, it's a close call. I've got to make the call, and I made it. I can't start reversing myself all the time. So the question has been moved and seconded. That is a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. I'm going to first try this, but I'm going to first try this by a show of hands because it is a 2/3 basis. So it's been moved and seconded. It's not debatable. The question before you is whether to end discussion on Ms. Vella's amendment to insert the footnote into the motion as to Article A. Does everyone understand the question before you? All right. All those in favor of ending debate or moving the question, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. So we have now ended discussion on Ms. Vella's amendment. The question now before you is whether to amend the motion as to Article A, inserting footnote 1 as I read it and as displayed on the screens in front of you. Is everyone clear on the question before you? This is a majority vote. I'm going to try it by a show of hands again. All those in favor of amending the motion per Ms. Vella's motion to insert the footnote 1 as indicated on the screen, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Mr. Arsenian. No.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. On page 17, under section D, entitled Administration, I move to delete all of paragraph 2. This is a paragraph that grants the planning board the right to grant special permits under section 12F. You may feel that Jason Shaw or Alan Battistelli, one is more charming than another, or you may feel that the planning board is to be trusted and the Board of Appeals not. None of that is relevant to what's going forward. It is properly the Board of Appeals that grants zoning relief, not the planning board. And there are practical reasons for that. The planning board has invested in this particular zoning article and are the advocates for it. And
so, Mr. Arsenian, hold on. Before you comment on the substance, do I understand, can you please state the motion that you want to make? I believe you've got a handout, and I believe it's up on the screen if you want to utilize that for clarity.
I can't read on the screen because I'm blind. I move to amend the pending motion related to the Transit-Oriented Village Overlay District Zoning Bylaw, Section 12, as follows. Under Section D, entitled Administration, delete all of paragraph 2. That's the paragraph that gives the planning board, as opposed to the Board of Appeals, the special permit granting authority. And it is not right that the planning board, who also
Mr. Arsenian, if we could stick to the script first so we have the motion made, and then I can go through some of your changes, and then we can comment, if that makes sense.
I can't read it, Brian.
But you've got the same thing with you.
Yes.
If you just stick with that, start to end, I think it'll make it a little easier.
Under Section D, entitled Administration, delete all of paragraph 2.
And keep going.
And under Section F, entitled Building Standards, paragraph 5, entitled Schedule of Area and Dimensions, in the third line of the table, delete the words "or right-of-way." Now we're getting complicated. We've got two things at once. Was that what you intended?
If you could, did you keep reading all the way through to the figures 140, Mr. Arsenian?
Okay. And under paragraph 6, entitled Building Type and Housing Density, under the table entitled Building Type, retain the strike-through figures 140.
Okay, you've made the motion. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. All right, before we go to comment, to make sure everyone's on the same page, maybe reduce wailing and gnashing of teeth, I'm now going to go through the motion you made, if that's all right, Mr. Arsenian. Slide 11. So,
Shall I speak?
you can sit or stand. I'll come back to you, though, because you still have the floor, and I'm not charging you this time. So, zoning is complicated. So if everybody has their books, please, if you turn to page 17 in your books, so we can follow along with the motions Mr. Arsenian has made on the motion as it is to Article A. So page 17 in your voters' booklets. Under Article A, the Transit-Oriented Overlay District, page 17 in the voters' booklet, under Section D, Administration, Mr. Arsenian has moved to delete all of Paragraph 2. Paragraph 2 is highlighted in red on the screen in front of you. Mr. Arsenian is moving to take that out of the motion, to amend it by removing that. Are you with me so far? Yeah. If you turn to page 20, this is also under Article A. If you turn to page 20, slide 12. On page 20 under Article A, the TOVID, on page 20 in the voters' booklet, Mr. Arsenian has moved under Section F, Building Standards, Paragraph 5, Schedule of Area and Dimension, in the third line of the table, after the words frontage on street, to delete the words or right-of-way. On the screen in front of you is the table, which should look like what you have in your booklets. Mr. Arsenian wants to remove the words that are highlighted in red, or right-of-way, if you want to underline that or make a note to yourself. Anybody confused on that? All right. That is, and then finally, slide 13. On pages 20 to 22 in your voters' booklet, again under Article A, under Section F, Building Standards, Paragraph 6, but this will make a lot more sense when we look at the table, Building Type and Housing Density, subparagraph B, Building Types. In the second line of the table, at the top of page 22, Building Type, Mr. Arsenian has moved that the struck-through figures 140 be retained. That is highlighted in green on the slide in front of you, which ought to match the table in your book. So the motion that was made by the planning board was to strike 140. Mr. Arsenian wants it left in. Is everybody with me on that? Let me try. I'm sorry. Bad question. Is anybody confused? Yes. Okay. I can't hear you.
From that. Does that include removing no max? Restore 140?
No, I believe it does not. It's only the strike-through words, and a good question. I'll let Mr. Arsenian address that. But the motion is to remove is to retain the struck-through figures, which said 140. So it would then read, if Mr. Arsenian's motion prevails, the main motion would read 140. I guess, Mr. Arsenian, you want to address that?
Yes, indeed. 140 is what's there. Excuse me. They wish to say no max, and I wish to retain the 140.
Okay, so
these are lengths of buildings.
Okay, so hold on. Mr. Peterman's point is well taken. Your motion is to have it say 140, and you would remove no max.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. So that's, sorry it's not on the slide, but that is Mr. Arsenian's motion, retain 140, and no max would be deleted. Is everybody with that? Okay, so those are the motions to amend made by Mr. Arsenian under Article A. We've gone over them. Mr. Arsenian, you can address the merits of the motions that you've made.
Well, indeed. Thank you for explaining, and I'm sorry for the confusion, but I would hope we'd vote the three separately. They're really not connected, aside from the fact that they relate to the same article. The first one relates to the granting of special permits, and special permits are properly the bailiwick of the Board of Appeals. Whether or not you think highly or ill of the Board of Appeals, that's their job, not the planning board's job. And with any governmental arrangement, you hope for checks and balances. The planning board have the site plan review, as they've pointed out, for all of these projects in both the TOVOD and the McMod. So they would be reviewing the projects. They should not, as well, have the special permit granting authority, which properly belongs to the Board of Appeals. You know, you don't put all of your eggs in one basket, and just procedurally, it's wrong. Can we vote on the three things separately?
So I think, Mr. Arsenian, what you and I spoke about this morning is we'd vote on your Article D, and then we vote on the two changes under Article F. Are you still, can we still proceed that way? So
I would hope to have three votes.
okay, we'll split it up. Have you concluded your remarks on deleting paragraph 2 under Title D administration?
Yes, indeed.
You've concluded your remarks. Okay, so we're going to take the three votes separately. The question right now on the floor is under Section D, administration, whether to delete all of paragraph 2, that's what's in front of us on the screen. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss that portion of the motion? Yes, sir. Mr. Shaw.
Hi, everybody. Jason Shaw, Chairman of the Planning Board. When we were discussing this with the Zoning Board of Appeals, this special permit authority is reserved to the Planning Board for those uses in, if you look on page 15, that are on page 15 and 16 that are called special permit uses. And Mr. Arsenian is incorrect when he says that the Zoning Board of Appeals in general is the only board to grant special permits, because indeed two of our zoning consultants said that planning boards also grant special permits. So that's not really a correct statement. The reason we retain special permit authority on these specific uses on pages 15 and 16, and you look at the SP, there are only a few of them, is because these will be often part of a larger development, which would include multifamily housing or mixed uses. And so it made all the sense in the world for us who have the site plan review of multifamily housing, townhouses, and mixed-use housing, that we also include the review, the specific review of these commercial uses that will be together with those other uses. Don't forget, these are only the uses that are in the TOV, in the transit-oriented village development. That's all this is, and there are only about 5 of them. So that's why we retain that ability, as we were advised on a couple of occasions. We have the right to do, and we did, and it makes the most sense in terms of keeping this aspect of the project all together in one place under one board, with the zoning board having all other jurisdiction for setbacks and things that they normally deal with on their board. So that explains why there's a difference between the two. Thank you.
Mr. Peterman.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I agree with Toby Arsenian's assessment that this needs to be separated as a matter of concern. The enumeration reads as follows: food service, restaurants, stores, sales rooms, personal services, movie theaters, entertainment sections, offices, including doctors, dentists, accountants, and other members of recognized professions, grocery stores, child care facilities, art studios, and mixed use and multifamily housing are enumerated under C. That's an awfully broad section to say that planning has all discretion on. I'd like to say that by separating these things into two separate concerns, we avoid conflicts of interest. Please consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterman. Again, the question before you is on Mr. Arsenian's motion under D, administration, under Article A, to delete all of paragraph 2. Is there further discussion on that issue? All right, I sense you're ready to vote. This motion requires a majority vote to pass, as it's a motion to amend. So again, the question is, under Section D, entitled Administration, whether to delete all of paragraph 2 from page 17 in the voter's booklet. All those in favor of that motion, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. It's a majority vote, but okay, we don't have clickers. It's too close to call. I'm going to need pollers to take the poll. We're going to need a rising vote with no clickers. So I've got 12 who would step forward. All right, so we're going to assign two. The bleachers on my left is going to be section 1. And please keep in mind the visitor section. If you are a registered voter or not a visitor, come out of the visitor section if you want your vote to count. If you are a visitor, please remain in the visitor section. This will be section 1, the bleachers to my left. We're going to have 2 pollers for that. This will be section 2, the seats to my left. We're going to need 4 pollers for that. This will be section 3, the bleachers to my right. Sorry, strike that. The seats to my right. We're going to need 4 pollers for that. And then the bleachers to my right will be section 4. All right? Everybody understand what section you're in? So section, we haven't assigned anybody yet, I don't think, unless Melanie has. So section 1 are the bleachers. Section 2 are the seats on the floor to the left. Section 3 are the seats on the floor to the right. Section 4 is going to be the bleachers. I'm going to assign, and actually, Melanie, you have to swear them in, right? All right, everyone has to raise their right hand. Okay, Melanie, let's get them assigned. So, you guys, section 1. You 4. Melanie, do you have their names? Carl and. Okay, you 4. This section. 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys are this section, and Carrie, you 2 are section 4 in the bleachers. Right. I guess, what do you think? Raise hands? Is better? All right. So, folks who are standing in the back, in order to make sure you're counted, could you please find a seat in one of the 4 sections? There are seats over here to my right in the back. I'm sorry? There are no visitors. Okay, so there's plenty of seats, but if you're standing in the back, please take a seat so we have a clean vote. And you all should have a clicker on anyway for identification, please. Well, okay. But I want them seated so we have a clean. So please take a seat so we know what section you're in if you want your vote to count. This is going to take. Is everybody situated? And I know we have some visitors. There may not be many, but I know there are visitors down there. Please make sure you do not vote. Okay? Good. All right. Everybody seated. Everybody ready? Pollers ready. All right. The question is whether to amend the motion on Article A by deleting all of paragraph 2 on page 17 in the voter's booklet under Section D, Administration. That's the question before you. All those in favor of that amendment to delete paragraph 2, please raise your hand. And keep them raised until I have heard back from pollers. I've got it. Yeah. When pollers have the vote on the ayes, please come forward so we can take that number when you've completed your vote, your count. Okay. Any pollers still counting? Shout out if you're still counting as a poller. Okay, thank you, thank you. To Melanie. Both sections of the bleachers. You got it? Both. Yeah. No, they didn't hold. All right. Pollers ready? All those opposed to Mr. Arsenian's motion to delete paragraph 2 from Section D, Administration, as set forth on page 17 of the voter's booklet, raise your hand. I don't vote. No, sorry. Oh, yeah. Tell Melanie. For the whole strip. Right. That motion carries 335 to 195. So we move on to the motion to amend under Section F entitled Building Standards, Paragraph 5. If you could go to... Okay. Okay, yep. All right, Mr. Arsenian.
Thank you.
The floor is open on the motion to amend under Section F, Building Standards, under Paragraph 5 in the third line, deleting the words "or right-of-way."
We're now on page 20. I hope you all see it in front of you. It may seem petty to delete 4 words, "or right-of-way," but actually this does matter. Right-of-way is not defined anywhere in the zoning. We all know what a right-of-way is, but all of the terms in the zoning code need to be defined for legal purposes, not just common English, and they are in Section 2, and you won't find right-of-way there. What you will find is way or street, which is what you need frontage on for a lot, and there's no mention of right-of-way. So this is something that the unfortunate consultants for the TOVOD, that was the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, with whom the Planning Board afterwards quarreled. They won't say why. They were careless and included right-of-way as a proper form of frontage, and it most certainly is not, because a right-of-way wouldn't necessarily be the same as the front of a lot. And lots, for the purposes of setbacks, are measured from the boundaries. So if you adopt right-of-way as a proper substitute for way or street, you may not, in addition, get the proper setbacks. Anyway, since it's not in the code defined, it doesn't belong here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arsenian. So the question is on a motion to amend the motion under Article A to delete the phrase "or right-of-way" as displayed on the screen in front of you. Further discussion on this motion to amend? Any further? Yes, Mr. Shaw.
There are lots of rights-of-way in the town of Rockport that are used for vehicular traffic. They're not public roads, they're private roads. Anybody who lives on a private road, it's basically a right-of-way because you have a right to use it, the public may have a right to use it, but it's the same thing. This doesn't give the planning board any problem at all in terms of leaving this in here. And if you have frontage on a right-of-way, then you have to have at least 50 feet. And it's a simple language, it's not confusing, and it should remain because there's really no issue, and it's clear as far as we're concerned. A way and a right-of-way are synonymous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. And Mr. Peterman, hold on. I see you, and I'm going to call on you, but just in case there's anybody who hasn't spoken yet at town meeting who wishes to be heard, I don't see anyone, so don't go too far, Mr. Peterman. The floor is yours.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. From the Mass Land Trust Coalition, easements, right-of-ways apply to any public path or footpath. So I do believe that the accepted definition in Massachusetts is overly broad and would include things like our footpaths to the ocean that go in front of properties by the headlands and over by Phillips Avenue. I would like to see that struck text struck from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterman. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I sense you're ready to vote. I'm going to try this by a show of hands, and if it doesn't work, if it's too close to count, we'll go to the polling again. So the question is whether to amend the motion under Article A by deleting from the table on page 20 in the voter's booklet the words, quote, or right-of-way, close quote. Does everybody understand the question in front of you? All those in favor of amending per Mr. Arsenian's motion, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. And then on to the 140 feet. Mr. Arsenian.
And under paragraph 6, entitled Building Type and Housing Density, under the table entitled Building Type, retain the strike-through figures 140.
And you can go right to the merits, because the motion was already made, so you can address the merits of why you want to see that done, Mr. Arsenian.
This is on page 22 and relates to the length of these buildings. We should retain the 140 because 140 is an enormous building, and you don't want something more. If we don't retain the 140, we're left with no max. It should have been spelled out, no maximum. You could have a building hundreds of feet long. We're talking about the train station area, so that indeed would be possible, and certainly not desirable. You know, it's a residential neighborhood with something that isn't residential in the middle of it, and it still has some character, and we should try to do our best by it, not make it worse.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Further discussion on retaining 140 feet and deleting the words no max. Further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor of making this amendment to retain the figures 140 and delete the words no max from the table on page 22 in the voter's booklet, Section F, Building Standards, Paragraph 6, Building Type, Housing, and Density, Subparagraph B, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. So we are now back to the motion originally made at the start of town meeting as it relates to Article A, the Transit-Oriented Overlay District. So the question on the floor is whether to amend the zoning bylaw section 12 entitled Transit-Oriented Overlay District by adopting the deletions identified by strike-through text and inserting new text indicated in bold as set forth on pages 14 through 34 of the voter's booklet, as modified by the proponent and as amended by vote of this special town meeting, which we all just went through. That's the question now on the floor, whether to amend section 12 on the TOVID as in the voter's booklet and as we've all changed it here tonight. Discussion, further discussion. All right. Does everybody understand the question before you? This is the, yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
Jim Johnson, 63 Broadway. A couple of questions and one comment too. When it comes to the issue that we've brought up here, everyone with the affordable housing, with the being able to have kids who once lived here be able to afford to move back and buy a home. That's great, and that's why we all agreed to that and thought it was a good idea. The question about it is, all of this conversation seems to be talking about rentals rather than people buying property. So when the trust gets up here and starts saying that now we're going to be under rules of the federal government, I thought it was bad enough that we were under the authority of the state government, and nobody seems to want to disagree with them. But what's happening is that 10% be allocated for low-cost rent. and we want that. That's not a problem. The problem is it's a deceptive if what we think we're doing is making housing affordable for someone to buy in Rockport. And we're not doing it through this article. I don't think we're doing it when we look at the fact that we got 140-foot long buildings. Who's going to buy those? A developer is going to buy that. And I'd like to know how many of the lots in this overlay, whatever it's called, TOBOD/MCMOD, how many lots in that district are going to be available under the so-called current zoning. Everything stays the same except for people can do all this. So how many lots will qualify for 10 units or more?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Again, the question now in front of you is the motion originally made whether to amend the zoning bylaws, Section 12, Transit-Oriented Overlay District, in compliance with the MBTA Communities Act as set forth by Mr. Shaw and then as amended by this town meeting. That's the question. Further discussion on whether to accept the motion under Article A. Yes, sir, Mr. Sepala.
Yes, I will be uncharacteristically brief. This is just Article A, the reason we're here at town meeting, to amend what was voted on with the transit-oriented village overlay district at the earlier town meeting with these amendments. So they're amending what we already accepted at the prior town meeting. Is that right?
Yes, the motion is to...
All this is for these amendments to that.
All we're voting on, all we're discussing right now is whether to amend Section 12 of the zoning bylaws, the transit-oriented overlay district. That's correct. And when we take the vote, it's going to be contingent on whether we accept the second part, as I explained at the start. So that's the question on the floor now, whether to accept or not accept the proposed amendment to, and I'll say changes to avoid confusion, the proposed changes to Section 12 of the zoning bylaw. That's the question on the floor.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
Mr. Moderator, Terry Rizzolo for Summit. I need a point of clarification. We are going to vote on this article, but the article has a significant change other than what we voted on 2 years ago, in that it is by right of zoning. So it's a change in the zoning law.
It is a change in the zoning law as outlined by Mr. Shaw and then as amended by us this evening.
Okay, but I want to be clear so everybody understands. It's not we're just reiterating a vote we did 2 years ago. We're changing the vote so that all of Tovid is now zoning by right. And that's an important clarification, a distinction. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and I believe that that is correct. That is the gist of what we're doing, yes. Mr. Peterman.
Sorry about this. Once again, Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. Can we get clarification, please, as to zoning by right versus our current process? What is the impact to the process? Is it simply that the zoning by right means that there's no additional approval? What does this change in terms of how our town is approached by developers from outside?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Peterman. Mr. Peterman, Ms. Donnelly, for a point of clarification.
Denise Donnelly, Select Board. So the MBTA law requires that we allow zoning by right in the districts that we designate as complying with the law for multifamily housing. What zoning by right means is that the owner of the property does not have to request a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. They simply have the right to create multifamily housing. So that is the difference, and if we don't pass this change, then we are not in compliance. They still, yes, thank you. They still have to comply with all the underlying zoning, they must meet all the requirements set forth in the zoning bylaw, including site plan review, setbacks, height limits, and every other element of the underlying zoning.
Thank you, Ms. Donnelly. Mr. Arsenian, I'm going to go to Mr. Kolakowski because he has not yet addressed town meeting. Mr. Kolakowski.
You know, you're bringing this up to amend it already. It was passed in '22.
And so I know you've done it, but could you state your name and address and get a little closer to the mic? I'm sorry. I really am deaf as a haddock, so you got to speak up for me.
John Kolakowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. We discussed this 2022. This was passed, and we questioned whether it was illegal, and I think it should be brought up whether it's legal or not. I know legal counsel has reviewed it and feels it's legal, this mandate. However, if I remember correctly, legal counsel also said that the pool versus Rockport, that Rockport had a case when they sued about the reservoir, and apparently they lost, and we ended up paying more taxes. So our legal counsel is not infallible. The courts decide the case, and I'd like to bring up some points that I think are worth bringing up, because we're sort of spinning around like last meeting, and I don't want to be here to 11 o'clock where everyone leaves and no one has a right to vote because they're worn out, they have other responsibilities. So I would like to bring this up if that's okay with you.
Well, no, you have the floor as long as you're as long as you're bringing up points that go to supporting or opposing the motion. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Again,
For another 4 minutes.
Well, I was going to use, what's his name's clock. He seemed to have a lot more time.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Some of you may not be aware that the towns of Marshfield, Holden, and Milton officially are not going along with the required zoning changes sought by the MBTA mandate. I believe Woburn is not playing along as well. I believe the mandate can be simplified. The state is asking us to give up our legal rights of controlling our town zoning to a bureaucratic state entity, which can arbitrarily change zoning without our permission. This is true, not that we're going to be restricted by what we say down the road, because we won't have that say. And what do we get in return? An opportunity to apply for 4 grant groups that up to now was relatively small. Mind you, that doesn't mean that you will get the grants. And mind you, this is really our own money. Some of you may be aware that a group of Rockport residents had filed a lawsuit back on October 5th, 2022.
Mr. Kolakowski, you can make your points, but without reference to the litigation. That's not in front of us, but you can make the same points. You can argue it's illegal, you can argue it's whatever, but the lawsuit's not in front of town meeting.
I'm confused by that issue that you're bringing up.
Whatever, I assume you're referencing litigation that claims that this is an illegal statute. You can make all those points, but
I'm just making you aware that people know about it. That's all I'm doing. I'm not arguing the points.
Okay, that's fine.
All right? Okay, good enough. Some of you, okay. So we're suing the state concerning this mandate. This lawsuit may be heard on May...
Mr. Kolakowski, let me try it again. The litigation, the status of it, any of that is not before town meeting. The points that you want to make, I believe, are probably the same raised by the litigation. You can make those points. But I do not want to start talking about hearings, litigation, being a litigator. The fact that there's a lawsuit in existence can mean many things, and it is not relevant to the decision that this meeting is going to make. You can make those arguments. You can claim it's oppressive, it's tyranny, it's illegal. Go ahead and make them. But I do not want a recitation of the status of litigation that's not in front of us.
Just an inquiry. Don't you think the town should know when?
Sir, you can make the points, but we're not here to review the litigation. So hold on. The floor is yours. Make the points. I'm going to give you another shot at it, but I do not want references to lawsuits, hearings, anything about what lawyers have or haven't said, filings, pleadings, deadlines, none of that. Make the points, but not the lawsuit. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, you want us, all right. I simply think that we should postpone everything until we know what the legal issues are, whether it's valid law or not valid law, whether the mandate is overreaching or not. Is that okay with you so far?
I'm not
Okay.
stopping you. I'm not
All
stopping
right.
you.
This mandate, I question whether it's legal or not, and we'll find out. But very soon we'll find out, and it'd be a pity to vote for something that will be possibly become illegal. We'll be voting for something foolishly, for something that will alter our town significantly. So I think it's very important that we should think along that line. And if we wait long enough, we will know whether it's going to be legal, and we would not be foolish depending on the outcome of the legal cases. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Arsenian, I'm going to let the gentlewoman behind you speak first. I don't believe we've heard from her yet. Oh, she did?
Terry.
Oh,
Terry.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to let people who haven't, I need some help from.
I just asked for a clarification on the point. I haven't spoken yet.
Okay, ask for the clarification, but let me just get this point. I'm going to ask for everyone's help to let people who have not spoken speak first. I can recognize people to some extent, but I'm going to ask for some assistance with that. Ma'am, if you want to ask your point for clarification, go ahead.
No, I had already asked. I didn't get to speak, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
I want to make a point now. I didn't speak before. I just asked you to
Oh,
clarify.
okay, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
The two articles are both about one and only one thing, the zoning by right. Zoning by right, clarifying a little bit what Ms. Donnelly said, is that a developer, an owner, can do anything they want without a special permit, variance, zoning amendment, or any other discretionary zoning approval. That's the definition here in Massachusetts. The Tova district, passed by only approximately 4 voters 2 years ago, was passed as a simple majority, not what had previously been our zoning laws, which were 2/3 majority. This indicates that this zoning design was never a consensus based on the merits of this zoning plan or on the merits of massive growth. The zoning by rights is a redlining of a neighborhood. What we're doing is allowing a developer to build as many units as is at a minimum cost for the maximum profits. The Tovid and McMod districts create approximately a 50-acre parcel for development. 15 units per acre is 700 units of housing within that. And contrary to what Mr. Shaw said, we do not get to count the housing that is already there. We will be doing all of this development within a half a mile of 5 corners. The warrants allow a development to ignore the current setbacks. If you read the law, they allow current zoning laws for height and requirements and open space to be ignored. 2 candidates for the select board announced in a public meeting last week that they don't like the plan, but they're going to hold their noses and vote for it. We, the voters, must take the lead on this issue, since both the select board and the planning board do not seem really able to protect us. Vote no on both articles. Vote no on both articles, A and B. Vote no to preserve our right to maintain our town as a seaside village. Vote no to preserve our middle-class neighborhood as it is. It already exists. No, we're not one of the 1-acre lots, but we do matter. Vote no to prevent loss of forests, trees, and unsustainable strain on our infrastructure, the streets, the sewers, the water, our police department, our volunteer fire department. Vote no to prevent congestion, the loss of tranquility, and the quality of life that we have a right to expect and a right to enjoy. This is a vote about zoning that will change the life and the character of every resident. But in these 2 districts, we will pay most dearly, more than the other areas in town that have excluded this kind of zoning. we will seriously suffer more than the coveted South End, the beautiful avenues, Pigeon Cove. Vote no on both A and B.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Curley. I live at 8 Old Penzance Road here in Rockport. I've been here about 25 years.
If you could get a little closer to the mic, sir, too.
Okay. It's Mark Curley, 8 Old Penzance Road. I've been here about 25 years, and I'm really shocked to hear what I just heard. You know, the world is changing, and Mr. Shaw and his team on the planning board have been working on this diligently with other professionals. And I think his presentation is absolutely compelling. We can't afford to sit back and do nothing. It's fallacious to think that we're going to have a community today forever the way it is. As it was pointed out earlier, what this community looked like 75 years ago is not the way it is today. Things change, populations change, incomes change, and Mr. Shaw and the planning board have come up with a wonderful plan with the MBT, using the MBTA zoning guidelines to bring in young people. We need that. We need that for our schools. This community is aging as well as I. And I have a family that live here. I've had grandchildren get through the schools here. I had my daughter move in here years ago because I wanted to have young people come in, and that's helped. And I keep selling Rockport to my friends. Come on down. We need young people. So if we don't do this, well, what have we got? You know, we see what's happening in Milton. And I think it was the chair or somebody else indicated the huge legal expenses that the town's incurring. A court is expensive. And do we really want to go in that route? Where are we going to be? Where are the schools going to be? We have an opportunity here to do what was tried many years ago. Bring fair housing to Rockport. Yes, it's not going to solve the problem entirely, but it's a great start. If you don't do it, you're going to have real problems in your hands. We're going to lose all this funding that has been indicated. I don't think we want that. So I want you to consider before you vote. I recommend that we vote for these articles. We need to go along with this MBTA zoning act so that we can help Rockport, bring people in, and not incur the wrath of losing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of funding. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Amy Huber, 1 Gap Head Road. I support both motions. I think the planning board has done a fantastic job of first their presentation. They very clearly explained why the decisions were made the way they were, what the constraints were. I think we need to do this to move forward and create a strong community with young families and people moving in to keep our place vibrant and a place that someone wants to live. So I recommend that you vote for both of these.
Thank you. Ms. Salo.
Calandra Salo, 45 Stockholm Avenue, Rockport, Mass. I just want to talk about diversity for a little bit because I feel like that's the pet word of the day. And if you really want diversity, the only way that's going to happen is you have to have people of color that you sit down and have dinner with. You have to have people of different political views that you sit down and have dinner with. Diversity doesn't happen because you have somebody black that moves next door and somebody that's low income that moved next door. And you can click the tickers, like, look how many black folks we got in, look how many, low income people that we got in. If you really want diversity as a community, it has to be you individually having people in your lives to be diverse. That's what true diversity is. So I know it feels good to be like, we want to bring in racial diversity. We want to bring in young families. That all sounds great, but there's things that you can do in your life today.
Ms. Salo, I'm not going to charge you this time, okay? We'll pause for a second. I'm not going to pause you this time. Can you tie that to support or opposition to the motion?
So
if you could.
I oppose the motion because I think it's a fallacy that bringing in building more is going to bring in diversity, because unless you change your life, unless you bring people in your life, building a building and putting somebody inside doesn't change the community. We've seen it, I've seen it all my life, and I'm just saying, like, I know it feels good, people, to say, let's build this, it's going to bring in diversity, but I can tell you from experience in Rockport, I've had people stand there with Black Lives Matter sign, and I said to them, I want to talk to you. What do you know about that? And you know what? Not one of them wanted to talk to me about it. So that's true diversity. If you want to be a diverse community, change your own individual lives. Change who you have dinner with.
Thank you, Ms. Salo. Yes, ma'am.
Kathy, excuse me, Kathy O'Neill, 3A Smith Street Court. I'm not used to speaking at town meetings, so I decided to write a message because I felt compelled to talk. Over the many years I've attended town meetings, I've listened, learned, and voted. Tonight, I feel the issue of planning and responding to a state law to address the need and challenges of providing additional housing is too important for me to silently listen. I believe the MBTA Communities Act, which challenges and requires communities to respond to the legal requirements of providing a zoning plan, also provides an opportunity to begin to address a need for housing that exists not only in Massachusetts, but that exists in Rockport for families, friends, and others that we know that are in need of housing. Following public meetings and forums on this issue, the Planning Board has drafted and created a response to this law, and one that remains dedicated and committed to listening to and addressing the concerns of Rockport residents also. Original drafts have been modified and changed. A consulting team was added to the process to help address resident concerns and compliance with the law. Throughout the many years that I've lived in Rockport, I've found it to be a welcoming and supportive town for those in need as a need arose. I believe that voting in support of this zoning plan and these articles, both, we're being presented tonight an opportunity to continue what I believe is a long-held Rockport tradition of responding to the needs of others. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ray Thursby, 5 Tars Lane West. I've been following this for quite a while. I went to one of the information meetings that Bowler Engineering and the Planning Board ran. Parenthetically, I want to say that I think that people should look at the Bowler Engineering website, which shows that their primary work is building large multi-residential buildings. And I'm sorry to say that the Planning Board is not planning and the Financial Committee is not doing its fiscal job. If you cannot project the additional cost of police, fire, water, sewer, trash, and paving based on these people, how can you come up with a budget every year? You can't. You can extrapolate. And you can say that X number of new people are going to use X amount more water than the people who are here now. And we use too much water as it is because they cut us back every year. And the planning board could tell us how much bigger the DPW building has to be. And it could tell us how many more town vehicles we'll have to buy. And it can tell us all these things. It could tell us how much it's going to cost to fix additional roads that are being used by additional vehicles. Until we get those things straightened out, we absolutely should not vote for this. It's wonderful to believe in unicorns and rainbows and all sing kumbaya, but this is reality. The people who can't afford to live here now won't be able to afford to live here when these new units are built. And the rest of us, well, we're already here. But none of this is going to Pigeon Cove. None of it's going to the South End. So let's put this off until someday when we can do something intelligent and not just cave into the state demanding that we do something with no recourse on their part, except for them saying, oh, we won't give you any money. It's our money. We paid it in. And if the town can afford anything, it's to defend the residents of the town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Monica Lawton, 11 Story Street. I think what we just heard is a very deep sense of inequity that this is being imposed on one area of town, and I get that. I think ultimately Rockport may need to take a look at its zoning town-wide, and if increasing families and bringing in young families and children is important to this town, I think the town needs to look at zoning throughout the town so that all districts share in this burden. However, at the moment, the town is being asked to comply with a state law, and I believe the planning board has done the very best that it can with the information available. And I think we have to remember what Jason Shaw pointed out, that just because development is allowed by right and you don't need a special permit, it's only allowing what was allowed anyway, and there's no guarantee it is going to happen because it requires people in these districts to develop their property, to sell their property to development. And I'm getting a sense that people don't want to do that because they don't want the development, so they don't have to turn their property over to development. So I think there's a great worry over something that probably won't happen. Jason told us that nothing has happened in the 2 years since the underlying zoning was changed in 2022. And the past results are a predictor of future activity, most likely. I'm not getting that term just right. I also think we have to remember that, as Denise Donnelly said at the very beginning, this is a state law. It was passed by the legislature of the Commonwealth. All of our representatives who were apparently unanimously of the view that this should be done. If you want to change the law, you lean on your delegation to change the law. Rockport can't afford to be thumbing its nose at the state, and the state cannot afford to let municipalities pick and choose which laws and mandates it would like to comply with or not comply with. Should we say no to complying with a special education mandate, for example, because it costs the town a lot of money? We can't afford to lose all of the state grants that we might be eligible for, and the state would have no reason to grant us any leeway on that either. I do feel we need to support this and maybe look at our zoning laws going forward if some of these principles are important to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawton. Yes, ma'am.
Elizabeth Brooks, 8 High Street. A couple of things that I think need to be pointed out here. First of all, this is not personal to the planning board. I think you did the job that you had to do. I don't agree with it, but it's nothing personal. Also, I find it very funny that everyone mentions Milton being sued, but then you all want to say this is just a zoning law, nothing's going to happen. That's not true. If people have been paying attention, Maura Healey in October 2023 passed a housing bill, funding for housing bills. And guess what's part of it? The Massachusetts Transportation Housing is part of it. They're going to fund it. The state would not be suing Milton if they did not expect the housing to be built. To say it's just a zoning issue is not correct. The other thing I have great concerns with, Denise, is your statement that you still get a site visit, you can still do stuff. No, they said you can't deny it because of water or sewer, you can't deny it because of the police, you can't deny it because of school issues. So really you don't have the same rights to deny development that you normally would have. I'm not against this. Well, actually I am, but I'm against it because affordability. I am astonished that a lot of people here think we're gonna get diversity by this development. You're not gonna get diversity. It's gonna be fair market value. You see what the fair market value is for Rockport. Unless you have it affordable, and that is how you're gonna get diversity. You're gonna get diversity by different skin color and income levels, by having affordable housing. We are a finite island. We only have finite resources. I would rather have this development be 100% affordable housing to get more people in here, diversity and everything like that. To have this come in, it is going to be developers who come in and want to make a profit and sell things for at least $500,000. So everyone who's saying that they want their kids to move back here or families to move back here, guess what? They haven't been moving back here when there's been a $500,000 house on the market. If you talk to any real estate agencies, they will tell you the asking prices that they're bidding on is over. They have a bidding wars on every single house here. Do you think they are just miraculously going to disappear if we build these 700 units? No. So again, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with it. I think it's going to happen. I think that people really need to think about affordable housing and making it more diverse, because this is not the means to get that, and that's what Rockport needs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Moderator, point of information.
Okay, hold on for a second. Who's speaking?
Me, Denise.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, point of information. I keep hearing the number 700 units thrown around. That is incorrect. The area that we're looking at, under the state law, we would need to have 562 units to meet this requirement. There are already 306 units in that area, so we're talking about a maximum potential of 256 units if the zoning change is approved.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a point of clarification from DPW. Mr. Reed, is that right? Clarification.
I just want to say, Bruce Reed, 32 Pigeon Hill Street, DPW Commissioner. We've talked at our last meeting that we can control the growth. And we are not going to let a development go in become built that our infrastructure cannot handle. We have ways of controlling it, and we intend to do that. Now, as I said earlier, it's probably not the reason to vote it up or down, because we have to fix our infrastructure anyhow, and we'll be working on that. But we will control the growth if it's exceeding our capabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
Linda Hudson, 1 Clement Street. I would also hope that the planning board could at some point address what I'm visualizing is that wealthy people could invest in these smaller condos or whatever it will be, and then they'll become Airbnbs and not really end up being people that live here year-round. So I was disappointed to not see anything about that addressed, and I would hope that there is some way to plan for that in the future, because we really want people that are going to live here, whether it's the state that's requiring this or whether we're voting for it, yay or nay. I would like to have the planning board address this issue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Linda Meditz, 98 Main Street. I begin with 2 words: go Milton. The reason I say that is it needs to be stated clearly. Milton did nothing illegal by taking a ballot initiative vote to overturn a town meeting vote. They simply followed their charter and their democratic process. And I believe it is wrong that they are consistently held up as a problem and as a rule breaker when what they did is what this whole town meeting is supposed to represent in the first place. Secondly, I would like to stress something that has also not been stressed enough, that when Mr. Shaw laid out his presentation, we've heard this many times, that this building needs to take place 0.5 mile from the train station. That's only 40%. 60% can go anywhere else in town on a 5-acre parcel. Many of us remain unconvinced that enough consideration has gone into that. Bowler Engineering, when asked, could provide nothing in writing to show they had indeed analyzed other parts of town. The last point that I would like to make is that while we've had many able spokesmen and women in front of us on behalf of the town, who speaks for us? The people inside that zone, of which I am one, who considers our quality of life. You've heard it all laid out for you tonight. Bear in mind, you can vote no, and we are not out of compliance. We do not owe the state an answer until the end of the year. There is fall town meeting. We can simply say to the planning board, give us a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meditz. Yes, sir.
My name's Keith Poole. I'm at 5 Great Hale Lane. This affects my backyard, basically, and everything I was going to say, she just said. The MBTA does state that it has to be 40% within the half-mile radius, 60% can be outside. It also states it has to be with the train and also bus routes, which we do have the CATA bus routes in town, so you could take several lots of acres around Rockport that could also be used for this purpose. And again, she said it better than I did.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Beth Renner, 49 Granite Street. Could we please call the question?
You can. So, is there a second? All right. So moved and seconded. The question is, the motion is to move the previous question or end debate. It's not debatable, and again, it requires a 2/3 vote to carry. If the motion to end debate passes, we will then proceed immediately to vote on the underlying motion under Article A. If the motion to end debate fails, the floor will then immediately be reopened for further discussion on the underlying motion. I'm going to try this by a show of hands. Everyone understand the question in front of you? All those in favor of ending debate, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. So, The question before you is whether to amend zoning bylaw section 12 entitled Transit-Oriented Overlay District by adopting deletions identified by strike-through text and inserting new text indicated as bold text set forth on pages 14 through 34 of the voter's booklet, as previously modified by the proponent and as previously amended by vote of this town meeting. This motion requires a majority vote. I'm going to try it by hand. If it's too close to call, I'm going to have the tellers come forward. Does everybody understand the question in front of you? What? Hold on. Point of order?
Yes, we voted for the TOVOD almost 2 years ago, and now we've at some length amended it. If we vote yes now, are we approving it as it now stands? If we vote no, does the whole thing go away, or is that too much to hope for?
So, all right. So to clarify the effect of the vote, there is already in existence a Section 12 called TOVID. That exists. The motion that was made was to amend that existing bylaw. That's under Article A, and that's what we've been discussing. So if you vote no, those changes are not adopted, and the Section 12 on TOVID stands as it did yesterday at close of business. If you vote yes, the changes are adopted. If you vote no, it stands as it was at the close of business yesterday as an existing bylaw. Does that clarify that point of order? All right. What? Yes. I'm sorry, can you get a mic? I just can't hear you. Dan's coming, hold on, we got a mic coming.
Point of clarity.
Yes.
In 2022, I believe we decided that by a majority vote, but for a special or by right, it has to be a 2/3 vote. So wouldn't we have to vote by 2/3?
No, sorry. It's a majority vote on this motion that's in front of you. If a majority accepts the proposal, it's accepted. If a majority rejects it, it's rejected.
Okay.
So it's a majority vote.
Even though the right by,
I understand, but that's been vetted and beat to death. It's a majority vote. So, yes, sir. Is this a point of order or clarification? Hold on. Let the mic come up.
Can you revisit, just so that I can get it through my tired brain, what it is right now that we are voting for?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So, we've ended debate. We've been discussing the motion as it relates to Article A, which is to adopt insertions and take out strike-through text as contained in the voter's booklet, as modified by the proponent. We went through that at the start of the meeting, and then we had some amendments made, including Ms. Vella's amendment on affordability and Mr. Arsenian's amendments. All of those were amendments to the motion. So the planning board made a motion in the voter's booklet. There were modifications that I went through with you. Then Ms. Vella moved to amend that. You accepted that amendment. So that motion now sits before you with Ms. Vella's amendment. It also sits before you with Mr. Arsenian's amendments. I believe they were all adopted. So now the question, and we discussed it, there was a motion to end debate, we're done talking about it. So now the next time you vote, it's going to be whether you accept or reject the proposed changes to Section 12 of your zoning bylaws. Anybody confused on that question? I see a hand in the back. Hold on, I can't hear you. Wait for a mic.
Can you, Mr. Moderator, can you remind us what happens to the second article at town meeting if we vote this up or down?
Yes, I will. Like I said at the start, when I state the motion, I'm going to state it as being made with the modifications and the adoptions, and maybe I didn't do that, thank you, and contingent on us accepting a motion under Article B, because if they're not both adopted, then none of them adopted. I said that at the start, if everybody remembers that. So I'll try to restate it again, and then we'll see if there's any other confusion, okay? The question before you is whether to amend zoning bylaw section 12 entitled Transit-Oriented Overlay District under Article A in the warrant by adopting the deletions, inserting new text indicated and in bold as set forth on pages 14 through 34 of the voter's booklet, as modified by the proponent and as amended by this town meeting, including Ms. Vella's amendment and Mr. Arsenian's amendments, which were all accepted, and contingent on this special town meeting then also adopting a motion under Article B related to the new zoning bylaw under section, to be entitled MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, which would be a new section 13. That's the question in front of you. Any confusion? All right, this requires a majority vote. I was going to do a hand vote. I'm already getting a sense that it's going to be close, so we're going to bring the pollers up, and we're going to do it by a count. And I suspect everybody could probably use a stretch, so I'm going to do a standing vote, if that makes sense. And everybody in the back, if you could please get into one of the sections so your vote counts. And we got plenty of room now, plenty of room up here. Do I still have 12 pollers? Do I? Everybody's got their same assignments? Okay. Pollers in place? Everybody ready? All right. You understand the question before you. I won't torture you and restate it. All those in favor of adopting the motion made by the planning board and as amended by this town meeting, please stand up. And remain standing so your vote counts, and stretch. Yeah. It is what it is.
He's looking at us.
I'm not worried. But if I need to break a tie, I'll do it.
I know, I can stand. Oh. Okay, so what was your section? Where are you? You're in the front. Come on up. Oh, you're 43. Rob is back there. 66? All right. Where were you in the back? You're on the bleachers? How many again? 34.
For the entire side of bleachers.
Who's counting this front section? Wait, who's counting this front section?
Dwight, I think, and him.
47? Oh, they're doing that. Okay. Union bleachers? You were front section here? Yeah. 71, 80, 90, 105.
And that was your front section, Dwight?
The whole thing?
That's the whole section. All right. Same question. All those opposed, please stand. And remain standing so your vote gets counted. Please. Who's got the back, Paul? Oh. Carrie.
All right, Carl's shaking hands. Is he counting or shaking hands? He's giving fist bumps.
Carl's always shaking hands.
Carl's coming back with his number.
For the whole shebang.
Right over here, huh? 64 on the whole.
Yeah. I think a lot of people came from the back and sat down.
So you're combined. Dwight did a combined. So it's 304 to 222.
Okay. Passed. Give me a number. That motion carries 304 to 222. So we are now on to the motion as it relates to Article B. They did? Okay. Give me the numbers again.
304 to 222.
That motion passed 304 to 222. 304 to 222. We now move forward with the motion as it relates to Article B. So the question now on the floor is whether to adopt a new zoning bylaw to be designated Section 13, entitled, quote, MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, as set forth on pages 35 through 37 of the voter's booklet, and is modified by the proponent, which we went through earlier in the meeting. That's the question on the floor. With the motion restated, the floor is open for discussion. If there's any further discussion, Mr. Shaw? Oh, okay. Okay. I know there was a motion made, I've been put on notice of a motion to amend. I'm going to turn to the Affordable Housing Trust. And it's slide 14.
This is Diane Bella, 17 King Street. Mr. Moderator, I move to amend the pending motion related to the proposed new MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District zoning bylaw, proposed as a new section, Section 13, by inserting a new footnote designated by a 1 in the section 13F5B. We're talking about the bottom of page 36 in your voter's handbook. Immediately after the words building type, there would be a numeral 1 indicating the following text.
And just for everyone's reference, before Ms. Vella completes that, it is on the screens in front of you.
Yes. It's the same text as the TOV. All building types shall, for the applications that are for 10 units or more, provide a minimum of 10% of the units as affordable units as determined by the EOHLC prior to completing site plan review. All fractional units being rounded down. The income of families and/or of individuals who are eligible to occupy those units shall qualify for those units under the HUD 80% AMI low income limits as maintained annually by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Ms. Vella. Moved and seconded. I'm going to restate it. I understand. Moved and seconded. I'm going to restate the motion, Ms. Vella, and you're going to tell me if I got it correctly again. So, yes, ma'am?
That is not correct. It says it should read, the income of families who are eligible to occupy those units shall qualify for the units under the HUD 80% AMI low-income units, not up to 100.
Ms. Vella, let me see if I can short-circuit this. Is the motion you're making under Article B the same language as under Article A?
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to slide 9. All right. I'm going to try to restate the motion. All you're paying attention to right now is the red type. So, Ms. Vella, if I understood your motion, if I understood your motion, Ms. Vella, you have moved to amend the pending motion related to the proposed new MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District zoning bylaw, proposed as new Section 13 by inserting a new footnote designated 1 in Section 13F5B immediately after the words building type and above the table, which would read, all building types shall, for applications that are for 10 units or more, provide a minimum of 10% of the units as affordable units as determined by the EOHLC prior to completing site plan review, all fractional units being rounded down. The income of families or individuals who are eligible to occupy those units shall qualify for the units under the HUD 80% AMI low-income limits as maintained annually by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Have I correctly restated your motion? All right, and with that text in mind, that would be inserted, obviously, in the, as noted in the previous slide and in the voter's booklet. Okay, moved and seconded. The footnote is exactly the same as you adopted for TOVID, and it's now being inserted in the appropriate place in the new zoning bylaw. So the only question on the floor right now is whether to amend the motion to insert Ms. Vella's footnote in the appropriate place. The floor is open. Is there any discussion? Yes, sir. And then I see you over there, and we'll get a mic to you. Can you, there's a motion to amend the amendment. What is the amendment?
But the amendment on the floor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the amendment.
Would you use the mic, if you would, Mr. Battistelli, and would you please state your motion to amend the amendment?
Alan Battistelli, 57 Phillips Avenue, Rockport, Mass. I'd like to make a motion to amend the amendment.
And would you state your proposed motion to amend?
I'd like to change where they say all fractional units being rounded down, to change that to all fractional units be rounded up from all fractional requirements of 0.5 or more shall be rounded to the next higher number, okay? That's my motion, to delete that and round it up. So all units, fractional requirements of 0.5 or more shall be rounded to the next higher number. I heard it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Would you restate it so I can follow it, please, again?
Yes, sir. Okay, no.
So just state it again, and I'll try to restate it.
Okay, where it says all fractional units being rounded down, I would delete that and add in fractional requirements of 0.5 or more shall be rounded to the next higher number.
Okay, hold, Mr. Battistelli, please state specifically all language which you would delete. Let's start there, and then we'll go to any language you're inserting. Your motion would, if allowed, would be to delete what language? Give me the quote.
The exact lines that I'm proposing to delete are all fractional units being rounded down. I would strike that and instead insert the language, fractional requirements of 0.5 or more shall be rounded to the next higher number.
All right, I'm going to try it again. You would delete all fractional, quote, all fractional units being rounded down, close quote, and in substitution, therefore, you would write fractional what?
Fractional requirements.
Requirements.
Of 0.5 or more shall be rounded to the next higher number. And others, well.
All right, so I'm going to restate it. You made a motion to amend the motion to amend, which is as far as we go. We don't do a tertiary amendment. So, Mr. Battistelli, you're making a motion to amend Ms. Vella's motion to amend, deleting, quote, all fractional units being rounded down, close quote, and substituting, therefore, quote, fractional requirements of 0.5 or more shall be rounded to the next highest number, period, close quote. That's the motion to amend. That's the motion to amend. Is there a second? Okay, moved and seconded. Mr. Battistelli, if you'd address your motion to amend the motion to amend.
Okay, in the existing housing balance bylaw, on page 31 of the zoning bylaws, we have this exact language. And what happens here is I'm very afraid of what this committee is proposing to roll down. If you built 19 units in this proposed district, you would get 1 unit affordably, the way the thing's worded. Whereas with the amendment, if you build 19 units, you're going to get 2. As soon as you go past or get to 15 units, then you will pass over the line. So we'll get 2 units this way at 19. We'll get 2 units at 16. All right. It's the language that's already in our housing balance bylaw on page 31 of our zoning bylaws. It's a much better way. Here's the big problem, the way this is lined up right now, is the way this is spelled out is you'll fall behind. You won't even stay. The goal here is to at least grab 10%, okay? And that's what the housing balance bylaw is all about. A minimum, we want 10%. The way this is set up presently, that you are only going to get, you could get 19 new units. We will actually we have about 4% of this housing stock in this town that's affordable, okay? And the goal is 10%. We will actually fall behind. And I thank the committee for coming up with their proposal, but I think this is an important change. We will lose ground if people build 19 units and they give us 1. We need them to build 16 units and give us 2.
All right, thank you, Mr. Battistelli. So the question on the floor is on Mr. Battistelli's motion to amend the motion to amend, deleting the text I've read and inserting the text I've read. That's the question on the floor. Ms. Scatterday.
Just a point of clarification. Could you confirm that the HUD is low or median? Because I think the number that you gave me, can you clarify the 104? So that I understand that. For the affordable HUD, is it low income, 80% of low income, or median income? And what is that figure?
So the way HUD defines, is it okay if I?
No, it is if you clarify that quickly, and then I told a voter I was getting a mic to her, and I didn't. So as soon as you're done, we're going to
Sorry, Denise Donnelly, Select Board. HUD sets the area median income for our area, and 100%, according to Diane, who helped me out there, is 150,000 for this year. 80% of that is 120,000.
That's the median income, but
Correct.
this is
It's
low.
80% of the median.
Is that what HUD is, or is there a different number for low?
I'm going to try to get the clarification, but the principle is I can't have a conversation. If we could have the mic to the gentlelady to my left. Thank you, Mr. Lynn. I'm sorry, this woman right here.
Hi, Dina Meswood for Broadway. I'm looking at this, and because we're talking about multi-use units, I think the word residential should be inserted in front of all the unit words, wherever it says unit. Because you don't want an artist studio or a shop or any of them to be affordable in this context. You only want it to be residential units. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
So it's an amendment to whichever
Yeah,
one.
we don't do third degrees of amendments, though. Right now, we have an amendment, a motion to amend the motion to amend. Specifically, the question on the floor is whether to amend Ms. Vella's motion to amend by deleting, quote, all fractional units being rounded down, close quote, and inserting the language, fractional requirements of 0.5 or more shall be rounded to the next highest number. That's the question on the floor now.
Oh, okay.
All right. No, that's all right.
I'm sorry that got in there in between.
That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Just a question. If this is different than what we voted in A, is that going to cause a problem when we go to approve them both?
So I'm trying to do the mental gymnastics. The technical answer is no. We adopted a footnote for the other one. We passed it. Now we're adopting an assertion in this other one, and it can be done. I can't think quickly enough to start untangling all the various combinations of factors that might lead to in the future, but in and of itself, they can both be adopted. Yes, sir, Mr. Peterman?
Motion to end debate.
Okay. The question has been called on Mr. Battistelli's motion to amend. So the only question in front of you is whether to amend Ms. Vella's amendment to delete all fractional units being rounded down and to insert, and it's not on the screen, so I'm going to say it again for clarity. The motion to amend Ms. Vella's amendment would be to delete the words, quote, all fractional units being rounded down, close quote, and inserting in substitution the words, quote, fractional requirements of 0.5 or more should be rounded to the next highest number. This requires this is a motion to end debate on that. Does everybody understand the question before you is to end debate on that issue? It requires a 2/3 vote. Everybody understand the motion? All right, I'm going to try a show of hands. All those in favor of ending debate on Mr. Battistelli's motion to amend the amendment, raise your hand. All those opposed to ending debate, raise your hand. That motion carries by more than 2/3. We're done discussing Mr. Battistelli's motion to amend the motion to amend. We're now going to vote on Mr. Battistelli's motion to amend the motion to amend, which I believe you understand. If anybody doesn't, let me know. It requires a majority vote. Does anybody not understand the question we're about to vote on? All those in favor of Mr. Battistelli's motion to amend, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. So Ms. Vella's motion to amend now reads, as I've stated like 6 times. Any further discussion on Ms. Vella's now amended motion to amend? See, Ms. Vella.
It is the HUD definition of a limit of 80% AMI as low income.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vella. Any further discussion on Ms. Vella's motion to amend? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Ms. Vella's motion to amend, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries by more than a majority. So we are now on to the motion as it relates to Article B, which is, for sake of clarity, now again before you is the question whether to adopt a new zoning bylaw to be entitled Section 13, entitled MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, as set forth on pages 35 through 37 of the voter's booklet, as previously modified by the proponent, which we went through at the start of the meeting. With the motion restated, the floor is open for discussion. Mr. Arsenian, and then we'll get to you, Mr. Peterman.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I move to amend the pending motion related to the proposed new MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District zoning bylaw, proposed as new Section 13, Roman numeral, as follows. Delete all of Section A, entitled Purpose and Intent. This is on page 35. And I should tell you that...
No, Mr. Arsenian, really, if you would stick with the motion to amend first, I'm not going to cut you off. If you get the motion out and seconded, we'll then explain it so everybody understands the changes you want, and then we'll turn to discussion.
I move to delete all of Section A entitled Purpose and Intent. We're on Article B, the MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, on page 35. And shall I continue?
Yes, if you would read right through your motion, if you would. And then I've got materials prepared to explain what you want.
To delete all of Section A entitled Purpose and Intent under Article B, Roman numeral 13. Shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. With the Government and Bylaw Committees...
I'm sorry, no, if you would just read through what you and I worked on as your motion, I'm then going to explain it so everybody knows what you want. I will then break it out for you so you'll be able to address the merits of each.
I thought I just read it. Delete all of Section A.
Is that all that you're moving? Is that all that you're moving?
Oh, the whole thing. Okay, but that will create... Okay, under Section E, entitled Lots, delete all of paragraph 1, which starts with the words, quote, all newly created lots, close quote, and ends with the words, quote, satisfy this provision, close quote. And delete all of paragraph 3, which starts with the words, quote, the planning board, quote, and ends with the words, quote, conditions peculiar to a given lot, close quote. Under Section 8, H, entitled Civic Open Space, delete all of paragraph 1, entitled Purpose. And under paragraph 2, entitled Applicability, delete the sentence which starts with the words, quote, at the discretion of the planning board, quote, and ends with the words, quote, connecting to the district.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Is there a second to Mr. Arsenian's motion? Moved and seconded. All right. I'm now going to try to go through, Mr. Arsenian, the changes you want. You see if I got them correctly. Slide 16. All right. So to recap what Mr. Arsenian has moved, under Article B, so we're now on to the McMod, if you turn to page 35 in your voters' booklets, page 35 in your voters' booklets under Article B. Mr. Arsenian has moved that you delete all of Section A, which is entitled Purpose and Intent, and it is in front of you, if you're able to read the screens, highlighted in red. So all of everything under Purpose and Intent, Mr. Arsenian would say to delete. That's the first portion. Everybody got that one so far? All right. Slide 17. All right, moving on, again under Article B, on page 36 in the voters' booklet, Section E, entitled Lots. Mr. Arsenian would say to delete all of paragraphs 1 and 3, highlighted in red on the screen in front of you. That's Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend, to take those out of the proposed bylaw. Everybody with me so far? All right. And now if you turn to page 37, again under Article B in the voters' booklet, under Section H, entitled Civic/Open Space, Mr. Arsenian has moved that you delete all of paragraph 1, which has a subparagraph A for clarity, all of paragraph 1 and its subparagraph. And under paragraph 2, Mr. Arsenian asks that you delete all of the last sentence, which starts with the words, quote, at the discretion of the planning board, end quote, and ends with the words, quote, within or connecting to the district, end quote. Both of those proposed deletions by Mr. Arsenian are highlighted in red on the slides in front of you. Everybody with me so far? All right. So, Mr. Arsenian, the floor is yours to address the first. If we go back to slide 16.
I assume we're going to vote on them separately.
We will. So
Thank you.
We're back. So we are back to your motion to amend by taking out section A, purpose and intent. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Purpose and intent is entirely irrelevant. It's not enforceable, and town council can confirm that. In the Code of Bylaws, the Government and Bylaw Committee have been going through and reviewing the code as part of the 5-year review, and they're disposing of purpose throughout the Code of Bylaws, and none of it is enforceable. It's all frame and window trimming, and this was not written, I should tell you, by the planning board. Of that, they are not guilty. It was written by their consultants, Bowler Associates, and it shows. If you look at the first paragraph, these are the purposes, supposedly to coordinate development and redevelopment according to plans, and then collaboratively developed with community members. That's simply nonsense and wishful thinking. A developer comes forward and presents the plans that he has, whatever those are, and there's nothing collaborative about it. The planning board will then rule on them or not. To be sure, there are public hearings and you can speak up, but collaborative is simply a lie. In B, to facilitate the development of a traditional walkable village around the Rockport commuter rail station area. This, again, is pious nonsense. It is not a walkable village on Upper Main Street down to the train station. There's no way to get there unless you trek down to the train tracks and toddle along them, and that's illegal and dangerous, or you walk down Upper Main Street to Railroad Avenue. So there's no walkable village. It's not the truth, and it shouldn't go into the zoning bylaw. To allow for a range of housing types, unit size, and price points to accommodate diverse household sizes and so on and so forth. Again, it's totally irrelevant, and the planning board nor anyone else has any control over the prices of the housing, either the rental of it or the selling of it. So there again, pious nonsense and wishes to enhance pedestrian connectivity. What a word, connectivity, both within the McMaud and to surrounding districts. Pedestrian connectivity, I suppose, means sidewalks, and you might get up and walk. It's not a very pleasant walk down Upper Main Street and Railroad Avenue to the train station, if that was where you were headed, and then you get nowhere on the train, which doesn't run on time and costs a fortune. And E, to preserve and enhance the availability and design of the town's public realm. Public realm? We'll be hearing about Sceptered Isle next, and civic spaces. Well, public realms are streets, which are scarcely, something grand. They're necessary. And civic spaces, what are those? Those aren't defined anywhere, and there aren't parks. So in short, all of this is a lot of pious nonsense, and it's unnecessary, and we should be rid of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Is there any discussion on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend by removing purpose and intent? Mr. Shaw. And then
this is a somewhat silly debate, because this is the exact same purpose and intent that's in the TOVOD that was passed 2 years ago. And there was no complaint about it then. We went through a public hearing on this back in February. Mr. Arsenian attended. No complaint about it then, but now that we're at the town meeting, it's a terrible thing to have here. A statement of purpose and intent is a statement that states the general principles behind the more specific and enforceable provisions in zoning. And every one of these statements, maybe they're not worded perfectly, but that's the kind of thing that we work out at a public hearing. But they're worded pretty well, and every one of them reflects what we attempted to do here. We did attempt to coordinate development and redevelopment according to plans developed with community members, which we did. We had 2 hearings and then 1 public hearing on this very law. And members of the community attended every one of those. We did wanted to develop a walkable village around the commuter station, and that's why we put all these multifamily housing in the same area, so people could walk or bike or do whatever, or do any way they want other than take their cars to get to shopping and stores and services. We did want to allow for a range of housing. And what's wrong with what Mr. Arsenian says is that he's not understanding that, I guess, in our site plan review, we can look at the types of housing and the unit sizes and how big they are or how small they are. So, and in terms of income levels, we were talking about, that's another thing that we wanted to do here. We want to, it says pedestrian connectivity. That means people can walk. That's all that means. And finally, to preserve and enhance the availability and design of the town's public realm and civic spaces. This is highfalutin language, I guess, but what it means is we want to create a sense of community and a sense of place where people can be there, can be outside, can be in the civic spaces, can be in the parks, can enjoy the community they're in. And it's, like I said, it's been the law for 2 years in the TOVOD. It's worked fine there, and I think it would work fine here too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Seavey.
Charlie Seavey, 19 Ridgewood Road. I really hate following Toby because he is the absolute master of the snarky remark to which I can only aspire. Anyway, the fact of the matter, he's dead right about what the Government and Bylaws Committee was doing while I was on it. I suppose they still are. We went through and spent a lot of time eliminating purpose and intent sections out of various bylaws on the grounds that they're basically advocacy. They're not enforceable in any actual form, and I'm sure that the town council will back me up on that. It's really just added verbiage that has no real weight of law. It's just a waste of time.
Thank you, Mr. Seavey. Mr. Thursby.
With the leave of my friend Mr. Arsenian, I would like to ask for one further emendation. Also on page 37, the last paragraph, at the discretion of the planning board, the applicant may satisfy all or part of the open space requirements, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
remove that.
Okay, hold on. Give me one moment while I find my words. Okay.
And that is my, my motion.
I believe that's already part of Toby's, strike that if I may. I believe that motion was already made by Mr. Arsenian, so I don't think you need to do that. So, again, the question right now in front of us is whether or not to delete the purpose and intent section, section A, seen on page 35 of the voter's booklet, under the motion to establish new section 13 MBTA communities multifamily overlay district. That's the question on the floor, Ms. Michaels.
June Michaels, 22 Landmark Lane. A question for legal counsel or the, preferably legal counsel rather than the planning board. Is the purpose and event section and intent section legally binding? Is it required by the state? Is it is it clear enough to provide guidelines for the Zoning Board of Appeals to make decisions about this overlay? And is this language similar or identical with those, the language of municipalities that have already passed their MBTA overlay districts?
All right, thank you. We'll see if we can get that answer. I believe it's an aspirational statement that may or may not be included, but I'll see if I can do anything with that. Mr. Peterman?
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I'd like to recall people that prior to the approval of the last law in 2022, we've consistently opposed florid purposes and intent. They obfuscate the intent. They obfuscate what the actual law is, and they make it harder for any layperson to actually dig through as they attempt to interpret what they read in the actual law against something that's non-binding. Getting rid of this clarifies things for people who have to read it later. Please get rid of it.
Thank you, Mr. Peterman. Mr. Sepula?
Yeah, Z. Sepula, 92 Granite Street. I'm responding to the walkability issue, which Jason said was the big concept here about 3 hours ago at 7:02 p.m. This is on page 39, the final report and recommendation of the Planning Board. And just saying municipal workers, healthcare workers, teachers, because of a lack of housing inventory in eastern Massachusetts, and overly restrictive zoning, these families have effectively been priced out of the housing market. Section 3A was intended to address this significant problem.
Mr.
Mr.
Sepula, hold on.
The roads of the Boston environment.
No. I said hold on. You need to hold on. Okay? I just have a question for you. I'm not going to stop you. The question on the floor is whether or not to delete purpose and intent per Mr. Arsenian's motion. Can you tie your remarks to that, please? Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Arsenian said that it was a pious nonsense about having a walkable village, or a village from, say, Porter's Garage down to the train station. The question I have is that I can see Jason Shaw and the rest of the planning board members getting out there at 5 o'clock or 4:30 on a snowy morning with their shovels to shovel off the sidewalks so that all of those people can get down to the transit-oriented village and take the train out to Boston. So the question I have is that if this thing is not a means of facilitating getting congestion off the roads, the idea that you're going to be having more people walking seems to my mind ridiculous. And I think that Toby's points of view on removing those purpose statements has a lot of logic to it.
Thank you, Mr. Sepula. Thank you. Yes, sir?
Peter Souza. Sorry, I had to do it. 8 Holbrook Court, I would like to move this question and call vote.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Again, it's not a debatable motion. The motion is whether to end discussion on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend by removing Section A, purpose and intent. It requires a 2/3 vote to carry. All those in favor of stopping discussion on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries by more than 2/3. We are now on to Mr. Arsenian's motion to vote on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend. So the question now before you is whether to amend the motion pending under Article B on the McMod by removing Section A, purpose and intent, as outlined in front of you on the screen in red. Does everybody understand the question in front of you? It requires a majority vote. All those in favor of removing purpose and intent, raise your hand. Uh-oh. All those opposed, same sign. We're going to have to get the tellers. Okay, we're going to need the tellers. I can't call it. Do I still have 12 tellers? Do I still have 12? I'd ask any tellers if they decide to leave the meeting ever this week to let me know. All right. So, again, for those standing in the back, please find a seat in the designated sections. Again, the question is on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend the motion under Article B by deleting Section A, purposes and intent. That's the question before you. Everybody ready? Did I see a hand? Everybody ready? All right. All those in favor of Mr. Arsenian's motion to remove purpose and intent, Section A, from the motion under Article B, please raise your hands and keep them up until the teller has counted you. Yes, it is. Let's get some home support. Let's get some home support. That's combined for both sets. Hey, Dwight. All right, and all those opposed to Mr. Arsenian's motion, please raise your hand and keep them up. That motion passes 248 to 143. 17. No, you're fine. So, Mr. Arsenian, we are now on, and for everybody, page 36 of your voter's booklet. It's up on the screen.
We're going to hear, I move to delete all of paragraph 1, which starts with the words.
And you've, Mr. Arsenian, I think I can save you a little time. You've already made the motion.
Right.
It's up on the screen for everybody, page 36 in the voter's booklet. Mr. Arsenian is seeking to remove all of paragraphs 1 and 3 under section E lots. Mr. Arsenian, I think you'd agree we can do this on one motion, right, in discussion? One vote?
The rest of the motions?
No, just what's up on the screen, which is under lots to remove paragraph 1 and 3. Okay.
All newly created lots must, what it reads is, all newly created lots must have a lot line or theoretical lot line abutting a thoroughfare, civic space, right-of-way, or easement. Driveways do not count as thoroughfare types and cannot be used to satisfy this provision. Frankly, this is nonsense because lots are supposed to have frontage on actual roads, whether they're public or private. I have no idea. Maybe Jason Shaw can tell you what a theoretical lot line looks like. Nowhere in the zoning is it defined. Civic spaces are not roads, so they can't be used properly for lot frontage. And civic spaces, whatever they may be, in the planning board's estimate, are not defined in the zoning code. They're not in section 2, which includes all of the definitions of terms used, nor is right-of-way, which we got rid of in another context, or easement. An easement is not properly frontage for any sort of a lot. So this is both wrong-headed and it doesn't make sense. Lots have to have frontage on streets, whether they are public or private. Anything else makes a nonsense of both of the lots and, most important, of the setback requirements, which are dependent on the lot frontage. We'd be well rid of it.
Mr. Arsenian, while you're up, do you want to address paragraph 3 so we can do this in one vote? Yeah, it is. That's what he just agreed. I thought we just agreed that we would take one vote on both paragraphs under lots. No?
If you wish, we'll do that. Let's see, delete paragraph 3, which starts with the words "the planning board" and ends with "conditions particular to a given lot." And we're now on page 36. I'm looking for it. Oh, yes, here we are. The whole purpose of having zoning is to define things properly and know what you're going to get. But if you leave it to the site plan review and the planning board to determine deductions in the setbacks of buildings, reading the zoning code, there's no way of knowing what you're going to get. So it's chancy enough anyway when you start talking about the site plan review. What you have to remember about the site plan review, well-intentioned as it may be, and sometimes shabby in the accomplishment of it, is that they cannot deny you, the property owner, any use or structure to which you're entitled under the zoning. So the site plan review is no guarantee that you can take the warts and the hairs off the warthog. And you want things spelled out rather than giving the planning board the right to make reductions in setbacks. If you're the neighbor and something monstrous is to go up on the lot abutting yours, you want to be sure of what you're going to get. And in the zoning code, you would have that. If you allow the planning board to make reductions, you do not have that. It's that simple.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Mr. Simmons.
All right.
For the planning board.
Just a few points of clarification and responses to Toby's comments. A street does not have a definition in our zoning code. There's a lot of things that are not defined in our zoning code. It could be much more comprehensive, but it's been developed over decades, and there's a lot of things missing from it. But to remove theoretical lot lines, which are often used for HOAs, for developers who want to come in on a large site and only develop 25% of it, say. They have to build buildings and create imaginary property lines so that you can site a building and have a setback, and have a rear setback, and a side setback, and a front setback, all those kinds of things which bring order to other kinds of developments. So to throw that out, I think, would just cause chaos on the first person that came in to try to develop a larger parcel. Regarding the site plan review, there's items A through N, I believe, that are over 15, I believe, different things that the planning board can look at, including forcing the developer to have a traffic study to show the impact of what they're doing. If we did a development, for example, at the MBTA site, and we said, well, do a traffic study because we want to see how many people day to day are going to the commercial uses that are there now. Say there's 400 transactions at the Ace Hardware store every day, and there's 100 at the community theater. They add all those up and they say, well, if you now put in 300 housing units instead, what would the difference of trips per day be, for example? And it may zero out, right? It may balance out, because residential trips are a lot less than commercial trips in general. So there's all kinds of things like that that we can use as bargaining chips with developers. The connectivity thing is another thing. And if a developer proposes a plan to us with a bunch of buildings that have no sidewalks, we can say, you're not following our purpose and intent. Things like that. There's a lot of things when the planning board and the zoning board of appeals are face-to-face with developers. There's a lot of unwritten things. It's very important to have, addressed in a more global fashion, so that you have a basis for your argument when you see a design that's going sideways in terms of value to the town. And that's where we can do it in those moments. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Should I continue?
Well, no, hold on. You had the floor on these two. That's what's in front of us. Is there any further discussion, and I see you, Mr. Arsenian, is there any further discussion by anyone else who wishes to address Mr. Arsenian's motion to delete paragraphs 1 and 3 under section E lots, page 36 of the voter's booklet? Anyone else wish to address that? All right, Mr. Arsenian, I'll give you one more crack at that.
Yes, indeed. I would point out that civic space, right-of-way, and easement are nowhere defined in the zoning code under section Roman numeral 2, which is supposed to have all the definitions. So they could indeed, as Mr. Simmons suggests, mean almost anything. And he is incorrect about way or street. That, too, is in the section on definitions. Way, under way, not street.
All right. Any further discussion on Mr. Arsenian's motion to delete paragraphs 1 and 3 from section E lots? Yes, sir.
Mel Michaels, 22 Landmark Lane. I'd like a legal opinion on whether what Toby has done destroys this amendment that we voted and all of the other.
I don't know that I will be able to get you an on-the-fly legal opinion analyzing all of that. I'll see if I can. But right now the question is, hold on. Right now the question is on whether to delete paragraphs 1 and 3 from section E lots. And when you say destroy and what we've done, I'm not sure if you're referring to what's in front of us or something we've previously voted on.
I'm talking about all of the amendments that Toby has gotten through. He has a right to do that, but I'm concerned that has really turned the meaning, and I'd like a legal opinion.
Okay, hang on. I heard you. I may or may not be able to get that for you on the fly here. It's a large question. But right now the motion is whether to delete paragraphs 1 and 3 from section E lots. Do you want to address that portion of it, urge against or for?
Yes, I want to press that because I think that's important, because if it's removed, it takes some of the rights of the town to control what goes on. I'm sorry, I'm tired, I'm not being very lucid, but I think you get the idea. And I wish Mr. Shaw would talk about this a little bit more.
All right. Mr. Ives.
Nathan Ives, 98 South Street. I just support the planning board and all the hard work that they put into all of this, and I trust their judgment.
Thank you, Mr. Ives. Any further discussion on Mr. Arsenian's motion to delete paragraphs 1 and 3 from section E lots? Okay, I sense you're ready to vote. This requires a majority vote. I'm going to cross my fingers and do it by a show of hands. All those in favor of Mr. Arsenian's motion to delete paragraphs 1 and 3 from section E lots under the motion for Article B as put forth by the planning board, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. That motion fails. And we are on to slide 18. Mr. Arsenian? Yes. And before you've already made the motion, Mr. Arsenian, so 18. So this, Mr. Arsenian, is the motion that you've already made under H, civic open space for all the voters, page 37 in your voters booklet. Mr. Arsenian moved to delete section 1 purpose and the last sentence of paragraph 2. Sorry, paragraph 1 purpose and the last sentence of paragraph 2. That's the motion that was made and seconded. Mr. Arsenian, if you'd like to address that.
Thank you, Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Here we are back again at civic and open space with a slash between them, which again is not defined anywhere in the zoning code. And here under 1 we have purpose and under 2 applicability, but nowhere do we have a definition. Purpose might be as close as you're going to get. And what it says is to ensure a variety of functional, well-designed civic and open spaces that complement the character of abutting properties and add vibrancy to the community. Aside from being pompous and long-winded, highfalutin was Jason's concession, it simply doesn't make sense. We're not talking about a shopping mall, which, although it might be private property, is in effect a public space. We're talking about the development of lots for multifamily housing. And we're requiring 5% of the area to be set aside as publicly available open space. I feel queasy about that. It's private property, and what right does the public have to come up and roost on the front lawn amidst the horrors on the 5% that's left? But put that aside. Just the wording, well-designed civic and open spaces that complement the character. Yeah, this is what's left over, minimally required, after the ruin of the development goes up in your backyard. And then the final paragraph, also to be deleted. At the discretion of the planning board, the applicant may satisfy all or part of the open space requirement through the provision of improvements to existing parks, improving access to existing parks, or provision of walking trails within or connecting to the district. So, although we've required this minimal 5% of publicly available open space on private property, if you're the developer and decide you don't want to do it, you can weasel out of it by making some sort of a cash contribution, and we can glorify Millbrook Meadow or the Atlantic Path or the Headlands or someplace else much more fortunate. If we're going to have this open space requirement at all, it belongs in the development where in the neighborhood where the development takes place. Those are the people, the neighbors, who are going to suffer with it, and suffer is the word. And if there's to be a little bit of open space, it would hardly be desirable as a park, but it might be a breathing space. It belongs there. It should not be given over so that somebody can do something nice in some place much more fortunate. It's simply not fair or decent.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Mr. Simmons.
Yes, just to respond to Toby's comments and urging a no vote on this. Once again, ditto on what I said about purpose before. It always helps us to have a bargaining chip with developers. Every lot is different, every situation is different, every development project is different. If we we have a very small lot, for example, that comes along and the developer is really hard pressed to get 5% open space as is required, we may understand that. It might be in an urban spot downtown, for example, or in a denser area. And we say, well, instead of doing that, instead of giving up the parking that the community seems to think we need, we want you to put that $30,000 of parking space into a $30,000 improvement at Millbrook Park, for example, or something like that. So it's very useful to be able to do that in different situations. And I think that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Further discussion on Mr. Arsenian's motion to delete paragraph 1 and the last sentence of paragraph 2 from section H, civic open space, under the motion to amend Article B. Yes, sir.
Terry Rogers, 199 Main Street. I'd just like to say, I think if we put that purpose that we talked about earlier, that has a certain philosophy to it, I agree with Mr. Arsenian's position. If we're going to inflict this on a certain area, then that area should have the space. Okay, it's all nice and well and good to say it should be someplace else, or maybe we'll have a bargaining chip. The bargaining chip should be make the space that you're going to build in nice for the people there and for the people who are those neighbors. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am. Yeah.
Charmaine Blanchard, 16 and a half King Street. I came to the meeting 2 years ago on this. We sat until 11:30. There was, again, it passed by 4 votes. In that time, I listened to the fact that downtown was already congested. We had to have accessory dwelling units by right, but the south end and the avenues couldn't possibly have that without a special meeting and a special permit. Now I sit here and I hear this gentleman that just came up tell us that if it's an urban space downtown, maybe we should let him do 30,000 to Millbrook Meadow instead so he can get that small lot approved. I spent 12 years of my life renovating Millbrook Meadow to the beautiful jewel that it is now. I'm going to have this at the top of my street if this goes in, and you're going to tell me that he can't put in, whoever that developer is, some open green space so that the urban community of downtown can have some breathing room? I say it's ridiculous, and I think it should be taken out.
Thank you. Further discussion on Mr. Arsenian's motion to remove paragraph 1 and the last sentence of paragraph 2. Further discussion? Okay, sensing none, this requires a majority vote. Again, I'll cross my fingers. All those in favor of removing paragraph 1 and the last sentence of paragraph 2 under section H, civic open space, from the motion as it relates to Article B, please raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. It's close. I can't call that. It's too close. I'm going to need the tellers. I'm sorry. You could? I couldn't. I just want to make sure I've got 12 still. If all 12 will come forward so I can count heads so we don't have to do this any more than we have to. Huh? Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, so let me just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And there are 2 more in the back? I've got 2 more. So we have 12 tellers. Everybody understand the question in front of you? All right, anybody sitting in the back, please find a seat so your vote counts. Tellers ready? All those in favor of Mr. Arsenian's motion to remove paragraph 1 and the last sentence of paragraph 2 as previously stated by the chair, please raise your hand. And keep them up to make sure you get counted. right, I don't think. So I'm ready to take the other vote, right? All right, and all those opposed to Mr. Arsenian's motion, raise your hand and keep them up. So carried. Okay. We're done? 219 to 173? That motion carried 219 to 173. So we are now back on the motion, which I will state. We are back on the motion whether to adopt a new zoning bylaw, Section 13, entitled MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, as set forth on pages 35 through 37 of the voter's booklet, as modified by the proponent as we started at the very beginning of the meeting, and as has just been amended by this special town meeting. That is the question on the floor for discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Carol Lundeen, 40 Stockholm Ave. I'm sure you're everybody's best friend proposing another amendment, but...
I'm sorry, you got to speak up, I can't hear you.
Right. I'm sure I'm everybody's best friend by proposing another amendment.
Tell me what it is first, because let me clarify a few things. Do you provide notice to this to me 48 hours in advance?
I did not.
All right, can you explain, well, why don't you state what you want to amend and then tell me why that wouldn't have been practical for you to do under the circumstances?
Right, page 36. The second item, number 2, special permit review. It says that the...
Wait, hang on. Page 36, which paragraph?
The top number 2.
That's already gone.
It is?
Yes, that was never advanced.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The folks I was sitting with said it had not been...
That's okay.
All right, very good, thank you.
That's all right. Further discussion on the motion pending under Article B. Mr. Peterman.
Charles Peterman, I'm going to try to keep this very brief. As alluded to by Liz Smith over in the corner with regards to how this behaves as a zoning as a right. We've heard different interpretations. Some say that our zoning laws will still apply. But I have to question that because I'm looking at malegislature.gov and I find out that there are numerous amendments still pending against H4600. And all of them have to do with restoring the right of zoning laws to enforcement in various towns. For instance, Amendment 735, as proposed by North Reading, Holden, Auburn, Wareham, Mansfield, and Warren, has to do with the Department of Housing and Community Development shall develop and promulgate regulations to allow a municipality affected by the zoning provisions of this section
So, Mr. Peterman, let me just hold you on for a second. I just want to make sure I'm following. Are you reading from pending legislation?
I am currently reading from pending
legislation
to make one point. We do not have assurance that our zoning laws, as they are, will apply to things that are granted in under this zoning as a right.
Okay.
And I feel that that has not been adequately explained or adequately covered in the broad sense for our approval, I would recommend that this entire morass get postponed until the fall meeting so we can see where the state lands on this.
So you're urging a no vote for those reasons. Got it. Mr. Sepula. Mr. Sepula.
Yes, I feel like calling the question, but I won't. Yeah, too bad. It happens to me all the time. Anyway, I want to address a specific thing that the planning board wrote in its report, again, on the voters' booklet. And that was that they felt that these families effectively
Do you want to give us a page? Do you want to give a page so we can follow you?
Oh, page 39. Final report and recommendations of the planning board for the town meeting. And it's Governor Baker and state legislature recognized the need for multifamily zoning. I'll give people, I guess, a minute to try to find the page. But anyway, the third sentence or fourth sentence in that, underneath that bold print, said 3A was intended to address significant problem of housing pricing and major congestion of the roads in the Boston environs. And I just want people to think about this, that for about 10 years, the town of Rockport tried to address problems with the train station and relocating the depot and everything else, and it couldn't be done. And they talked about the capacity of the trains, that they would have to cut off Pools Avenue or whatever that street is that goes by the old, by the youth center. They would have, if they got trains that cut off the road, they couldn't do it. So actually what they did is, it was kind of surprising, they got the double-decker cars, which ameliorated that problem. But if you've got these types of transit-oriented developments occurring all the way on train stations from Gloucester, West Gloucester, Manchester, Beverly, Salem, Lynn, that's going to mean an awful lot of more people on those cars, and that means longer trains. And if you're going to have a longer train, you've got to have accommodation for it somehow. And my feeling is they will never be able to make a longer train in Rockport, so what they'll have to do is stack cars up down the line, and you'll be stopped while they load on another car. So if you think that an hour and 15-minute commute is long now, figure on maybe an hour and a half or an hour and 3/4. And I feel that ultimately what's going to happen, whether or not the state would like to see mass transit being more utilized, is that people will perhaps try it and then say, I'm not going to spend 3 hours riding on a train when I can go up in my car. And that will mean more congestion on the roads, so that instead of going up to Beverly before you get gridlock, it'll probably be happening in Manchester. So I think one of the most fundamental reasons for this proposal is wrong, and that it's not a transit-oriented development, it's a traffic-oriented development. And I would urge people to vote no on the whole thing.
Thank you, Mr. Sepula. Yes, ma'am?
Beth Renner, 49 Granite Street. Could we please call the question?
Okay. Is that seconded? All right. All right. Moved and seconded. The question is whether to end debate on the motion pending under Article B. It is not debatable and requires a 2/3 vote to pass. Again, I'll cross my fingers with a show of hands. All those in favor of ending discussion, raise your hand. All those opposed to ending discussion, raise your hand. That motion carries by more than 2/3. So we're on to the motion under Article B. I'm going to restate that. The question is whether to adopt a new zoning bylaw, Section 13, entitled MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, set forth on pages 35 through 37, as modified by the proponent and as just amended by this town meeting, and then contingent, if it passes, on a final vote on both Articles A and B. It requires a majority vote to pass. Does everyone understand the question in front of you? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. That motion passes. Hold on. Hold on. So, because of the procedure we laid out, taking this by paragraph, the final question is whether to amend the zoning bylaws by affirming the changes to Section 12 entitled Transit-Oriented Overlay District and by adopting new Section 13 entitled MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, all is approved by prior votes of this town meeting and as modified by the proponent. Everyone understand this final question? All those in favor, raise your hand. Sure. So at the start, I said we were going to vote on a motion under Article A, contingent on accepting B. Then we were going to vote B, contingent on accepting both. Procedurally, we now vote on both. Got it? Okay. Everybody understand the question? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. That motion carries by a majority. As much as it pains me, the chair will entertain a motion to dissolve. Second, moved and seconded. Oh yeah, turn in your clickers, please. Turn in your clickers. No one steal a clicker. All those in favor of dissolving, say aye. All those opposed, say no. We are dissolved.